Great. Can we get the screen on? Hi, welcome to the earliest possible session of this conference, day one, session one. Um, we're looking to talk about Global South solidarities for global digital governance, but because the Global South has not woken up so far, we are, hi. Um, so, there are a couple of things to just say out loud. Our co-organizers, Rafa from Data Privacy Brazil couldn't make it, but we have Nathan, which is wonderful, and Jacqueline online. Um, we also have Benga, who we are waiting for. We know he's in Kyoto, and he's from the Paradigm Initiative. And I am Astha Kapoor. I'm the co-founder of Apti Institute. We're a tech policy research firm based in Bangalore. What we are looking to discuss today is this idea of Global South solidarities. I know that some of this was discussed earlier at RightsCon as well, and we're looking to build on some of that work and also discuss issues that are common between different parts of the global south, and then to ask the next set of questions of what needs to be done. Again, I know that this has happened once before, so I have updates on that discussion. Two main ones. The first is that Data Privacy Brazil has advertised for the role of a digital librarian. This digital librarian is going to work with organizations like all of ours to help curate knowledge online. And they will be the single point of person of contact to help understand what are some of the issues. So if you, for instance, have a question around, hey, what is happening with data governance in India, then you could potentially pose this question to the digital librarian, who will send you then a set of readings. And so the idea is to make sure that we're not all recreating the wheel. We're not all, asking the same questions in different kinds of voids, and make sure that, we can all have a space where all the different knowledge that we produce can be curated, organized, and also disseminated. So there's been a call for applications, and Data Privacy Brazil, Apti Institute, and Paradigm Initiatives are trying to bring that together. The second announcement is that since the Costa Rica event, again, Data Privacy Brazil has been in the process of organizing a fund for research initiatives in the global south. And that's what I wanted to start off this discussion with, is because we've been going back and forth with Rafa and Bruno to understand where the value of this fund is, what it can do, and what it can't do. And would love to get some thoughts from this group to understand that when we think of research and the global south, and if you had a small amount of money, I think it's $8,000, to do a piece of research, what do you think would be a valuable way to apportion that money? And we'll use this question as a way to also uncover what the major issues are that we want to focus on, and where we see the conversation moving. Nathan, did I miss anything?
Hi, everyone. I think you can hear me. So this is a great opportunity for us to discuss how to engage in a global southern perspective. So as Asta, sorry, she just said, we have this initiative on the digital librarian that will play a key role for this organization of digital information regarding digital rights. And soon, maybe, we'll have this chosen person that will be this digital librarian. And I think it would be interesting to hear from other people that are here. So we can think on how start to engage or how to strengthen our engagement between global southern countries and global southern organizations. Maybe I pass the mic to you. I don't know your name. What's your name? Osama. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Osama Khilji. I'm director of Bolo Bhi in Pakistan. So I wanted to start off with a bit of like what the major issues with internet governance in the global south are. And I think it really stems from securitization of the internet itself. And I think we really need to pick on a set of principles that can sort of lay the groundwork for, okay, what is the purpose of the internet and what do we envision? So now, what are the threats to an open internet that we see in the global south right now? So there's a lot of investment in surveillance technologies that really undermine the basics of the internet. So for example, you have internet throttling, you have internet shutdowns, and then there's also the issue of trying to bring in regulations that sort of take over what the companies are doing and imposing those sets of regulation on social media and internet companies that then overall undermines your freedom of expression and privacy rights on the internet. So looking at that sort of, the landscape that we see as we have it today, how, as the global south, how do we envision the internet? So are we going to allow big players that have their political issues to overshadow how we look at the internet? So for example, the Chinese firewall, or with the Russia-Ukraine invasion, we've seen how so much of the internet is now censored. So you can't get information from other countries just because of a political conflict that's going on. And because of that, we're seeing the borders of the world being reflected onto the internet, and the whole point of the internet was to connect the world in a way where there are no borders. So for me, I think it's really the question of how do we get rid of these borders that we are starting to build over the internet and that are really strengthening. So your experience of using the internet in one country is very dissimilar to the use of internet in another. And I think that's fundamentally the problem with how a lot of the states are moving towards digital authoritarianism and changing the experience that we have. So I think, keeping these in mind, it'd be useful to go forward and think of how do we strategize and how do we build solidarities where people like us who believe in an open internet can sort of push for the internet to remain so.
That makes complete sense. Do you want to come up front? Okay. Would you like to say something? All right. Are you guys participating? Come. Okay. So it's super interesting because, and I mean, I don't know why we're doing this on a mic now, but it's what we've been seeing in India as well, and I would love to hear what's going on in Brazil. Is that we see that the internet, as you rightly said, is both being used as a way to exclude people, so internet shutdowns, but also because there are people who are not connected, etc. So on all kinds of ways, access is being limited. So we have a state of unrest in an eastern part of India. The internet has been shut down for many days since, and so that changes the way people access information. That changes the way people understand the situation. That changes the way the government or certain groups can control the narrative, because that organic, potentially dangerous nature of the internet is curbed. What also happens is that, and again you said this, is that the internet is also, or digital technologies are also used to create mechanisms of surveillance. So it's a double-edged sword, because in some instances, I was reading somewhere that Syrian refugees that are coming into the borders of Europe, their phones are actively snatched and broken down because nobody wants to hear the stories that they've been chronicling. So how do we sort of grapple the head around these divergent ideas of the internet and what it can and cannot do? And then the second question, I guess, a small disagreement with you is that you said people's experiences with the internet are dissimilar, which they are in where you are in your journey in some ways, but they're also similar in the way that harms are perpetuated. So Uber drivers across the world are suffering similar kinds of harms. It doesn't matter whether you're in Paris or in London. So while or in India, right? Like the protests and the nature of the protests that the Uber drivers have been doing against platforms globally have similar language. Their ability to claim rights is very different in Europe because of GDPR and very different in other parts of the world. So there is, I think, a lot of like significant nuance that is required because the idea of solidarity with whom, solidarity basis what experience, I think is really important to think about. I don't think that we could have solidarities with some countries in the global south that don't experience internet shutdowns. That is very peculiar to us. So I think that the global south experience is extremely valuable, but then to nuance that solidarity is also going to be quite interesting, and maybe the research work can help do that.
I think that just to start with some issues that you brought related to internet shutdowns or stuff like that. In Brazil, actually, we don't have internet shutdowns, gratefully, but we do have sometimes some apps are blocked for criminal investigation or something like that. You know, it already happened to Telegram and WhatsApp. Uh, in order to because of some judicial orders to block the app so they can comply to investigations and open cryptography to have access to messages. So we do have that. And we are in a context in Brazil that we are seeking the platform regulation since January, basically. And it's a comprehensive bill that will try to regulate a platform, and it's been a very hard process in Brazil because there are several conflicts of interests between civil society and private sector, for example, that doesn't want the same thing, and they have to arrive in a consensus, which is hard. And there was, I think, an episode in Brazil where big techs they invested money and people and stuff to do lobby with or advocacy strategies within the legislatives, the parliamentaries, to try to push the platform regulation bill for their side. And I think that it's worth mentioning that now the President Lula in Brazil is seeking to look towards the decent work theme. So it's an agenda for Brazil right now, especially within the G20. And platform regulation has a close relationship with this agenda for workers. So we are looking into that also in Data Privacy Brazil and try to work with this also with this agenda in the G20 groups, focus groups that they have. And I think that one last thing that we should maybe start to discuss is to understand what are the spaces, institutional spaces, where we can discuss and address these kind of issues, because we have some different organizations, such as the ITU or even the IGF or other organizations or other multilateral organizations that discuss such themes. And I think it's worth to understand how can we build collective knowledge to work or to act within these spaces, you know, to understand how can we engage with these spaces. I think it's a very interesting question for us to start again our discussion here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that. Some new people have walked in, which is great. Would you like to talk about? We're talking about what are Global South solidarities and what are the institutional spaces to enact some of these Global South solidarities. There's a mic over there next to you. And it would be great if you can introduce yourself.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Tobegile Matimbe, and I work for Paradigm Initiative. And I think some of the platforms that we see an opportunity for, work and collaboration are platforms such as, of course, the African Internet Governance Forum, but on a global scale, of course, being here as well, the IGF. But also there are a number of convenings that are happening, at least within the African continent. Such platforms include one that we particularly convene, which is called the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. We've made use of that platform. I think in the past year we did a good collaborative effort with Data Privacy Brazil, and we are hoping to continue to engage, to share experiences and draw from each other's contexts. As we see, I think there are a number of commonalities there for us. I think 2 weeks ago, there was another forum for internet freedom in Africa as well, which was a good platform as well to be able to engage. And there's always room, I think, for us to be able to, streamline what are the spaces that we can really make the most impact in terms of changing policy, and in terms of as well pushing for data governance. And for us, what we've seen as useful as well is being able to, put out even joint statements or joint submissions. We've collaborated with organizations as well, such as Kictonet, Data Privacy Brazil, APT, to be able to, put forward our response with regards to the GDC process. So I think that's something that I just highlight, as an open sort of like remark. Yeah.
No, that's super interesting, and I think that it would be important to identify certain opportunities for us to, like you brought up, the GDC is certainly a big one, I think, in which we all have something to say, and the process has been quite consultative. You also mentioned G20, and, we're rolling off an India presidency into a Brazilian one, and then it goes to South Africa. So there's a very strong troika for G20, which can be definitely leveraged to embed some of these conversations. I know we've been talking about digital public infrastructure and, PIX and UPI, which is the Indian version of, a payment protocol, come up all the time. I think it's just the start of day one, but several day zero panels were also talking about technologies that are being developed in the global south and how they can be brought into the world and offer an alternative to the ideas of big tech that exist globally. So there's tons to chew on. What I would really love to move direction into is that I would love to understand if there are best practices of harnessing solidarities that you've identified in your work. If you think organizations and movements globally have come together to create institutional, financial architectures, I guess, and how do we learn from those? Osama, I'm going to go to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think, as we know, there's some regions that are super, there's a lot more solidarity. So for example, when we look at the African region and in Latin America, we see a lot of, events and coordination happening. But I think unfortunately in Asia, especially South Asia, a lot of the political issues between the governments don't allow civil society groups to convene locally, other than say in Nepal or Sri Lanka, we've had a few convenings. But other than that, but when you look at the issues, it's like if you're talking about India, I could just replace India with Pakistan and literally be the same issues, right? And even when you look at the legislation, so in Bangladesh, in India, and in Pakistan, they mirror each other. So there's a lot of potential for collaboration there. So with the Global Network Initiative, we've seen, because the membership base has been growing, there's been a lot of space and focus on uh, uh, especially Global South, across Global South. So there's an Africa focal sort of group loosely, then there's Latin America, and there's Asia. And a lot of times we sit together to discuss these things. So that's super key and important. And then of course at RightsCon and at IGF, there's often convenings such as the one we're having. But we also need to look at the issues with it, right? So for example, take today, for example, it's IGF. One of our panelists was not allowed in the country because of immigration issues. Then we look at the timing, it's 8:30 a.m. here, which means in most of the countries that we come from, it's either 4 a.m. So crack of dawn. So how do you organize a session for a region without keeping into account the time zone that they're in? So I think such like barriers also need to be looked at and critiqued in order for us to really go forward in a way that's productive. But I think and then we also need to look at issues of access. So how many people or voices from the Global South are able to become a part of conversations such as these? It takes a lot of privilege to be able to travel to conferences and to make submissions, get the visas in time, get your bookings, etc. And then online participation, there's restrictions on that as well. So I think the approach has to be holistic so that it's representative. But at the same time, I think it's important that we also start to not let states lead these discussions. It needs to be a multi-stakeholder approach. So for looking at what states are doing, a lot of it is oppressive towards the majority of the populations. And I think civil society needs to adopt a similar language to be able to deal with states and to be able to negotiate, so that power can come from solidarity, and I think that's what we really need to crack.
Perfect. Thank you for saying that, both about the structural as well as some of the functional issues. I know some people have joined. It would be lovely if you guys, this is a networking session, so you don't really have to listen to us. You can have a voice and a seat at the table. So if you guys could just come up front, that'd be amazing. We'll hand you a mic to introduce yourselves. Not to put everyone on the spot, but would be great if you guys came up front. I know they slotted us early, so maybe they'll give us a little bit of time to get warmed up and stay in the room. So we're just trying to understand both commonalities, differences, and how we can mobilize for action in the context of the Global South. We have with us Data Privacy Brazil. I'm from Apti Institute. Bolo Bhi from Pakistan. Paradigms Initiative from Nigeria. Zimbabwe. We're trying to understand where and what Data Privacy Brazil has done to start us off on this journey is that they have a digital librarian who's going to hold all this knowledge from the Global South and make sure that we can hear about it, reach out to this person and say, hey, what's going on in this part of the world? And then they can send us readings, materials, thinking. They're also launching a fund to do research on some of these questions. And that's what we're also trying to understand, that what kind of problems do we want to uncover, and then also how do we want to come together, and the harsh realities of the fact that we can't travel very easily. So just wanted to pass the mic around. Please introduce yourself, vent your anxieties.
Good morning. I'm Ifran. I'm from Bangladesh. I'm a senior lecturer in law and human rights researcher, you can say. So I think I've just entered into the room and trying to understand what you're actually trying to say. But access to knowledge is actually one of the problems that we have been facing in my country, particularly as a law professor in Bangladesh. I can see my students are having acute shortage of original textbook, and the online resources are actually, for example, the journal articles or the research papers are not accessible for them. They are actually mostly buried through the paywalls. And they're not easy way to access them. You need to go to the pirated sites and sites like the Sci-Hub, which I frequently use, and I found it quite useful. And thanks to that lady who has actually brought it in for us. But what about sharing the knowledge? I mean, how the knowledge divide between the North and South can be alleviated? I mean, I don't have any specific answer. I'm here to learn from everyone from you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I am Fernanda from Brazil. I am one of the directors at Internet Lab, a think tank based in São Paulo. And we are close to Data Privacy Brazil, so I will be in the next conference in November. And I am here to meet you better and exchange more about Global South and the challenges that we are facing at this moment. So nice to see you all.
My name is Miki. I'm from Japan. I'm working sometimes with NGOs, but most of the time I'm working for a startup. And there are startups which are providing primary information from all over the world. So we have more than 1,000 sources. We are collecting actually the information, the primary information about lots of social issues. And then it's because we think that everyone in the world, all people need to must have the information to think by themselves, to have the real democracy. And we are trying to create a platform of people. And sorry, I would like to ask the question about Brazil. You talked about sorry, I forgot the name. Nathan. Sorry. You said that it was difficult to have the consensus, to have the platform, to create the platform between civil society and private sectors, and I think you needed to manage. So I would like to know what was really the difficulties that you thought you felt, and how you managed to build.
Actually, I didn't work with specifically with the legislative process with related to the platform regulation, but what we could see in the Brazilian case was that there are a very high conflict of interest between big techs or other platforms from Brazil. For example, we have a very big delivery platform in Brazil called iFood that has a close relationship with the workers' movement, what they demand from the platforms. So we have this situation in which there is very distinct interests that they might have to be handled, so we can build a comprehensive and a good regulation for platforms. But was the scenario in general, a very strict and high conflict of interest between several societal sectors, for example, from civil society or private sector, and there were interests from government agents too. So there is this chaotic scenario to trying to build the regulation. I would like to just add one thing that you said related to barriers to trying to engage in organizations or something like that. We'll be launching on Friday morning a report regarding, it's called Voices from Global South, and where we interviewed some activists from Global South to understand what are the institutional spaces that they are willing to engage or that they comprehend as a fruitful space for engagement for a Global South organization. And IGF was one of these spaces, but they also highlighted some issues related to financial support to attend these conferences, because most of them are held in the global north. So there is this traveling issue or visa issues that might happen. So in this report, we were able to gather all this information through interviews to understand which are these spaces and what are the pros and cons of each one, and to understand how to try to build this collective knowledge on how to engage in these spaces. So on Friday morning, on the Human Rights and Standards panel, we'll be launching the report, and will be available in English. So I think it will be more accessible for most of the people. Thank you.
Tobekile, you want to come in? And then
I'll just highlight that from our own experience engaging with the private sector, it's something that we've been, consciously and deliberately trying to achieve in terms of a good working sort of like model of engaging with the private sector, because what we've discovered is that when we're trying to engage a lot with the private sector, they are usually reluctant, maybe is a good word to use here, to be actually on the table, be in the room for us to have a conversation around the issues that need to be addressed, especially when we're looking at policy and how policy needs to be developed in a way that best suits fundamental rights and freedoms. And what we've found to be more useful is to sort of like have closed door meetings with the few actors, but also we've stepped up to invite the private sector to also be involved in some of the regional convenings that we host. And we can safely say we've got a few, probably a couple of big companies that are supportive in terms of showing up and being part of these conversations. But I think definitely we share, I think, the same sentiments that have been already raised here, that it's a bit tricky sometimes. Maybe perhaps being an issue of business expediency and trying to operate for companies in a certain jurisdiction and trying to make sure that probably they're aligned with the government. But we continue to push back and call for even transparency with regards to how the private sector engages with the government, and we found that being very useful. But also just, touching on the earlier conversation around, the discrimination, what I call the discriminatory practices that, push away certain groups of people, particularly from the Global South, to participate in certain platforms that ideally would be useful and meaningful with regards to shaping the discourse back in the Global South. Looking at the visa processes, I think this is something that we experienced at RightsCon, and we are here at the global IGF, and I think it's already been mentioned, one of our colleagues from Data Privacy Brazil could not be here because of some of these things that we're discussing. So how do we go forward and ensure that whatever processes that we're discussing as being useful and meaningful are platforms that are actually accessible to everyone, so that we're able to bring our voices together. That being said, looking at the financial aspect of things, that's another form of exclusion, because what we're saying is we want to be able to form a critical mass or a critical movement that pushes back against the violations that we're seeing in our different countries within the Global South. And how can we become more and more efficient together, because I think definitely what we've been doing so far together, I think it's showing that I think there is definitely force and there's definitely strength in in achieving what we want to achieve as a global south, because we understand our experiences better. We've got lessons that we can share with each other, and definitely we can leverage on our expertise so that we're able to do great things together. Why do I say that? I think definitely there's something that you've already mentioned about the research element of things, where we're saying we can pull together the great work that we've done, and through that research are able to actually map if there are any golden threads that we can pick out from there and draw learnings and be able to make critical recommendations, learn from Latin America and what's happening there, bring it into the context perhaps of certain African jurisdictions, and be able to apply that and shape what we want to shape. And apart from research and that knowledge base that we're trying to put together, we are also being able to sort of like see how we can continue to elevate even growing organizations not just on the continent but within the global south, to be able to grow in the digital rights space, and having that sort of like a solid fund that we're able to be able to assist those who are coming up. I think it's something that is going towards, what we want to see, the environment that we want to see, and internet governance that we want to see within the global south, so that we're able to sort of make steps towards overcoming some of our barriers and the things that we're facing every day.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to end the note with, well, first you spoke about engagement with the private sector, and from our experiences in Pakistan, what we've seen, whenever there's a convergence between the civil society and company front, like we work together quite well. So for example, when the state's trying to bring in new legislative proposals that obviously do not suit either civil society or companies, so there's a lot of solidarity with the companies, as weird as it sounds. And I think that's a good model to also look at, because sometimes when private sector and civil society joins forces, then the state has to backtrack a bit. So that's something I wanted to touch upon. But overall, what it sounds like is that we have good research, we have good ideas, and they're all coming together, which is very, very encouraging. So I'm very glad that Paradigm and the Brazilian organizations from India are getting together. And I think this is the sort of regional solidarities and conversations that need to be built on. What we need to focus on now is how we can use this research for advocacy, and how can the advocacy be most effective, knowing what we have and using what we know. How do we push this forward? And I think just coming up with like a joint advocacy strategy would be really, really amazing, where we have the research that you spoke about, where the Global South activists are talking about, okay, these are the issues, so now what next? And I think that also sort of excites me, because it shows that we have some backing of knowledge, and now we're moving forward as to how to communicate with states. And I think that is really what the focus needs to be on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for, there are so many different points of convergence, and also now clear strategies to move from research, well, first from making knowledge accessible, creating new knowledge, and then figuring out how to expand and disseminate that knowledge through a joint advocacy agenda. And I really like that. And I agree. I think that sometimes the idea of technology is so interesting that you make strange bedfellows. Sometimes you're, aligning with the private sector, and sometimes you're, aligning with the state. And I think that flexibility, nimbleness, and the commitment to civil society is really, really critical. I wanted to move to the online attendees. I know it's been a little bit of a long runway to get there, but I wanted to go to the online moderator, Jacqueline, and to see if she might be able to take a few questions and comments.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, hello Asta. Hi everyone, I'm sorry I'm not able to turn on my camera today, but we have no questions or comments yet. I would just like to thank everyone who's in the room. This has been a very interesting session. And also, I like to comment on behalf of Data Privacy Brazil about this joint contribution that we made at the beginning of this year to the Global Digital Compact of the UN. We made this joint contribution with civil society entities from India, with the APT Institute, with Paradigm Initiative, and also with partners from Internet Bolivia in Latin America. So I think this was a huge step for us in this global South solidarities that we are discussing. And I totally agree with the last speaker regarding the participation that we must have on advocacy, especially in relation with government representatives, because we are seeing that a lot of these processes and issues that you guys brought today, like surveillance, internet shutdowns, censorship, these are being mostly discussed in multilateral spaces. Like we have this committee on cybercrime happening at the UN, and we have so a little few spaces for civil society to participate. So I think that's very important for us to contribute together like we did, and still trying to engage, but looking at the representatives from our governments to try to engage more effective in this process. So that's my comment for now.
Great. Thanks so much, Jacqueline, and everybody else who's online. We can continue this conversation. We have a little Slack channel. We have a mailing list. So, write to one of us and we'll add you on to that. Just in terms of, I know we have a few more minutes left, but I wanted to just call out some of the next steps. So, as I mentioned earlier, the call for applications for the digital librarian for this Global South Solidarities is already out. And we're in the process of reviewing those resumes and making sure that we have one person who we can all go to ask all our deep questions around where is this in the digital universe, and somebody who's going to curate all our work, somebody who's going to make sure that things are organized and do the hard work that librarians do. The second part of this is the idea of the fund, which I think many interesting opportunities in that have come up. What we're also going to do is try to map where similar initiatives are, because basis this conversation, we've learned that there are indeed some solidarities and efforts that are being done across the world to bring different types of organizations in the global south and on around different issues together. So we're going to do a little bit of that landscape and then come back to this group with a clear agenda. I know that the fund will be launched and announced in November in Brazil, which is be lovely. But yeah, and thank you so much for being here and for engaging in this very early morning conversation on day one. We'll see you guys over the course of the next few days, and hopefully to continue chatting about this. Thank you.
pressured and which one to get off and blah blah blah. But anyway, I'm glad I got here. Yeah, it was good. It was really good. Thank you.
Yes, and Jacqueline said that we had 15 people online.
Oh, that was good.
Quite a people watching us.
Okay, but Raphael was on the call, right?
Yeah, he is on the flight. He's flying already.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to attend.
Okay. All right. How's Bruno?
Bruno's fine.
I saw him 2 weeks ago in DC.
Oh yes, yes, for
Yeah.
the Ford Foundation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, at Med.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He first went to the Ford Foundation in New York and then came to DC for something else with the National Endowment for Democracy.
Yes, and he was here in DC.
Who?
The program officer from NED.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I did. I ran after him to say hi. Yeah, I did. Good. So I'm gonna go away. I just wanted to say hi. So yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Yes, sir, your email is sent.
Don't worry. Take it easy. Where are we? We're in Japan.
Is it working now? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks everyone for joining for this quite early session. My name is Niels Brinker, and today I wanted to talk a brief lightning talk about cybersecurity regulation and the way we do it in the European Union, and what are give an overview about the current regulatory efforts of the European Union, as well as dive a bit deeper into like the methods that are used within those regulations, as well as what issues are coming up with that. So I work for the Digital Society Institute of the SMT Berlin, and as well am a fellow of the European Cyber Conflict Research Initiative. And currently mainly working, used to work on a project on the systemization of IT security law, and right now working in a accompanying research project about digital identities. Yeah. So let's start and dive right into it. So, like to give you a briefly overview, what are the current regulatory efforts of the EU? There are like two main former regulations or directives, and two that are right now more or less work in progress. The first was the Cybersecurity Act of 2019. I think all those regulations kind of have like an headline issue in the short description. It's called Cybersecurity Act, but in a way, what it does is, in a way, it formalizes the mandate of ENISA, which is like the major European Cybersecurity Authority. It was established, I think, in 2011. Don't pin me down on the date, but it were around like for quite some years, and therefore, like the Cybersecurity Act formalized the mandate, and it also introduced a formal process to articulate European cybersecurity certification schemes. So you can, with those certification schemes, you can, as an ITC operator or manufacturer, you can aim to formulate dedicated certifications for specific use cases, and therefore choose a certification-based approach to cybersecurity. To be honest, I think there are right now, like the Cybersecurity Act was agreed upon in 2019, but so far there are, I think, the only major certification scheme that is work in progress is a European Cyber Certification Scheme on cloud computing, but otherwise there's not much going on more. Then some of you may heard about the NIS2 directive, which was agreed upon in December 2022. This directive generally addresses operators of critical infrastructure to implement certain security measures to secure their services. So the aim of that directive was mainly critical infrastructure and critical services. There's one major regulation work in progress is the proposal for a Cyber Resilience Act, and there you can see like the headline problem again, like basically, so like the long title about this from the Cybersecurity Act is a regulation on horizontal requirements for projects with products with digital elements, and short title is Cyber Resilience Act. I don't know why it's called Cyber Resilience Act. In the end, it has nothing to do with cyber resilience. In the end, it's like cybersecurity and product safety to go all the way. But I just guess like the name Cybersecurity Act was already taken, so and cyber resilience was kind of the newer buzzword to use in that sphere, and therefore, why not take it as a short title? As I said, it's still a work in progress. I think it's in the trilogue discussion right now. As I said, it regulates the safety and security of digital products or products with digital elements. And therefore, the main approach of the Cyber Resilience Act is product safety regulation. So therefore, when you enter a market and want to market your product within the European Union, then you have to comply to certain product safety and security standards, which in this case also includes means of cybersecurity. Just like to put it in, is like not mainly a cybersecurity regulation, but to mention it, it's there's also the proposal for an AI Act, which takes a rich-based approach at regulating certain high-risk AI use cases. So it doesn't regulate AI as a technique or the technical implementation itself, but certain use cases which are seen as high risk have to comply to certain security. Not only cybersecurity, but like basically security and risk management requirements all in all. And this is all, as I said, it's like the contact point for the regulation. There's the use case, and therefore it's also a product security, product safety regulation, product security regulation in its heart and its core. So you saw like the just to give you an idea like why it's actually so complicated to approaching cybersecurity from a regulatory perspective. It's the latest European efforts I talked about were quite recent, but it's like not that in the European Union and especially in the member states, there was like no cybersecurity regulation before. You can like in the example overview about like how it's managed in Germany. There were like cross-sectorial IT security law, like as I said, the NIS directive. The NIS2 directive had its predecessor, NIS1 directive, and therefore critical infrastructure was mainly regulated before. Like the main new thing about the NIS2 directive is that the scope of the regulated entities has broadened significantly. There was like the GDPR, the BSE law is actually like the German implementation of the NIS2 directive, and but there existed also like a lot of sector-specific IT security law, which was like kind of historically grown. Like there was like telecommunication law, law for medical products, energy law. Those sector-specific laws existed long time before anybody thought about cybersecurity, but like it depended like sometime in the early 2000s when there was like a regulatory update of those regulations. Somebody thought, oh yeah, this cybersecurity stuff is now is now getting more important. Like people start to use like computers to actually operate a power plant, and therefore they crammed in something like just like one paragraph, like appropriate technical and organizational measures for the security of the services have to be implemented, something like that. And therefore was like, it is still like a big historically grown eclectic body. And even though there were like recent efforts, for example, within this NIS2 directive, to make this jungle of laws a bit more approachable. But of course, like regulation changes slowly, and therefore, yeah, it might take some time. And I think you can like a good you can compare it like to a legacy system. Like it's no different like to an IT system in a way. Like you have like a lot of legacy systems that are historically grown and in the end of the day, nobody wants to touch them and want to start on a blank paper once over, and therefore, yeah, it might take some time till it's to get a bit more overview in it. Yeah, what were like the basic methods used in those regulations? Like to give you like a very brief and high-level overview. Of course, there were like public law measures that require member states to, at first, implement institutions and authorities to enforce obligations, because like when you make obligations for the private sector, you need an authority to check if all of all those obligations are met by the private sector. Also, like in the NIS2 directive, there was an effort to create something like a cybersecurity incident response team, in order that member states have like a public authority that if there's like a large-scale cyber incident to be seen, that they can help direct, organize, and mitigate the fallout of those large-scale incidents. But I think like the core and major point of the of cybersecurity regulation in Europe in general is like the obligations for the private sector. Like as I said, it grew from the if you are like in a regulated sector, then you have to basically implement appropriate technical and organizational measures to ensure the security of your service or your product. And the way this is usually conducted is by risk management. So there's like no one size fits all. And here's your compliant checklist of measures that you have to implement. But like in general, it's the private institution have to conduct like a risk management by themselves, and therefore the result of this risk management is the actual measures that have to be implemented. For the most part, and I think this is this risk-based approach is generally a new approach. Historically, it was like more common to actually state explicit technical requirements either way explicitly in the law, which is still the case in the NIS2 directive. For example, there's like a catalog of actual measures you have to implement. Some are very abstract, like the risk management themselves, or some are like actually more a bit explicit, like backup management, or that you have to think about encryption and all the stuff. But like very historically speaking, for example, in the field of medical products, it was there existed like a certification-based approach that there's like not really a risk management involved, but like in order for your medical product to get certified, there were like certain standards which contained like actual explicit measures you had to implement, and therefore those this was like in a way it was done back in the days. I think this approach, like this certification-based approach, is still valid, like for very explicit use cases, like medical products, like a very explicit use case. But it's like not a good measure to do it like in cross-sectoral law. When you want to address like. Because like the situation in each sector is still like too different to require explicit technical measures here those manufacturers or providers have to implement. yeah, this was like the very high level overview about like the actual tools and measures those regulation contains. Selected issues. One selected issue, I should say, example of digital identities, like why, for one reason, it's like my current project I'm working on. But for the on the other side, I think it's a good. This is a very raw sketch, but I think it's illustrates very good. Like what is actually why it's actually so hard to come up with working cybersecurity regulation, because yeah, like digital identities are still, at least in Germany, we are not Estonia. It's a very new field in a way. There's like not really like an infrastructure set up, and there are like a lot of different stakeholders that yeah, have like interest and like also are interested in proper cybersecurity measures. Like for digital identities, for example, you have like two different regulations. You have like the NIS2 directive, because trust service providers are regulated as a critical infrastructure. But then, of course, you had like the IDAS directive, which is yeah, a directive on digital identities, and which is like more sector specific, and like in practical you can always have to like see if those two pieces of regulations really work together, if they are like they contradict each other, like if there are like two separate paragraphs that regulate the same thing actually, and then you have to come up with a solution which one is actually implies, which is applies, which is like the lex specialis or yes, and this is like then a then ongoing legal discussion. There are actually like established standards and norms for digital identities, and especially like with the NIS2 directive, like the most established standards were like considering the the IDAS regulation, and yeah, and within NIS2 is again like the question, okay, when I am certified for and I implemented standards for cybersecurity of digital identities concerning the IDAS regulation, but is it still, can I just like copy paste everything in order to prove my compliance with NIS2? Then, of course, there are like the technical requirements, which is like, of course, like the first, like the technical reality, I would call it. It's yeah, what can you actually technically do, but also like the, yeah, I think the market implications, like the for example, for digital identities, there's the one part of it is like a secure element, which when you have like your wallet on your phone, like the phone needs to actually have like a secure element in it, and therefore, in a way, like the phone manufacturer dictate how the secure element actually actually looks like. And therefore, also like market interests come into play. And yeah, then it's like the use cases, as I would call it, like the actual thing where you need digital identities, for example, like for not only in the cases where you actually show your passport, but like, for example, yeah, for hotel reservations or going to the library and stuff like this, which is also affected by other regulations. And of course, there's like always like the users, not only the people that implement the actual infrastructure and use cases, which have like an interest, like how those use cases are designed, but also like how like the general infrastructure of digital identities is designed. And all this is like at least in Germany, it's like new. It's an evolving ecosystem, and therefore it's very, very complex to yeah, to recognize every requirement and every interest of every stakeholder. Yeah, like another very briefly, like another selected issue it's with the risk management itself. It's like risk management is now like the fancy method to come up with the actual technical measures. There are like established standards and like how to actually conduct the risk management. It usually like contains stuff like first of like context establishment, like get to know like your system, risk identification, like what could actually go wrong, and risk estimation, like how possible is it that stuff goes wrong, risk evaluation, yeah, just like risk as it's defined, it's like probability and possible damage to be expected, and then the risk treatment. So that's where you come up with like the actual technical and organizational measures to be implemented. Yeah, it's. So risk management is nothing new, but like in the end of the day, like in the existing regulation, who has to conduct like the risk management? For the most of the time, there's like no conflict of interest. For example, when you're a provider of critical infrastructure, you are also interested that like a power plant provider is interested that his power plant doesn't get hacked because he has like an economic interest in it. But like, this is like the pro of cybersecurity regulation, I would say, that like the interests generally align, but like at the end of the day, it's also, for example, in the Cybersecurity Cyber Resilience Act, as a product manufacturer that has to conduct this risk assessment, I have the interest to market my product on the European market, and therefore there are standards to make the risk management like as objective as possible, but like in the end of the day, you cannot never take the perspective of the entity that actually has to conduct the risk assessment out of the equation. It's always a slight subjectivity to it, and this is actually hard when it comes like to third-party risk, when it's like and in practice it's not easy to always change the perspective and also consider risks that are not for yourself but like for other persons. This was with the substance, and I would like ask you if you have like any points or any questions to hopefully have a short but fruitful discussion.
Hey, so I have a question around, so you mentioned like you use medical product regulation as an example, and then you also mentioned like critical infrastructure. And I'm just curious about whether you, like how you think about the secured, like instead of thinking maybe so much around the downstream regulation of the products, like you mentioned product security a few times, how do you think about like how the European Union currently secures like critical hardware components like chips, and whether you see any sort of regulation or export controls around those critical hardware components of, that run our infrastructure, especially as they host more, advanced IP and stuff like that.
I think in the NIS2 directive there is a part to consider supply chain risk. So in order, in that way, like the private entity has to consider the manufacturers, they get their chips and they technical components from in order to, not only from a cybersecurity perspective, but also like to don't get reliant to get too reliant on one manufacturer. I think the 5G 5G issue was like the most prominent one. Export controls, I actually don't know, but like especially when it comes to the semiconductors, there were like strategic regulations like to and thoughts like to actually become less less reliant on let's name it like Chinese manufacturers.
Hi. It's been a really interesting to listen to you. I might maybe start by saying that I work in the European Parliament and work on these legislations. So to answer also your question, the CRA, the Cyber Resilience Act, actually covers semiconductors, so they should be more secure once it's in force. But one element that I'm missing also on the European level when we talk about these legislations is really how we bringing more the human element, how we bring the kind of the third element that's missing, because you can secure your services and then the supply chains through product regulation, but we still need more awareness and bringing it into everybody of us understanding what cybersecurity is. So I would be interested in hearing how you see kind of how this can fit in this whole package of all legislations that we have on the table, the more human element of it, because it's of course one important one for cybersecurity.
I think the human element is important, but I think it's always important to consider who to address. Like, do we address like the end user? And my opinion is we should not like to. I mean, it's always good to if the end users aware, but we have like limited resources and. Like typical example, like you roll out like a fake phishing email campaign, and like in order to make like awareness trainer for your employers, and but in the end of the day, this is like the end user's not where it goes wrong to begin with. Like, to be frank, like if you rely that Thomas from accounting, 60 years old, doesn't click on a cat picture in order for your organization to don't get hacked. It's like not Thomas' fault. It's like your system security was shitty to begin with, and therefore I think the accuracy of those human elements and awareness education is like more like the like the manufacturers, like the programmers, like. Consider cybersecurity when setting up the architecture for your product, and for the coders, what are like the common mistakes and that cause cybersecurity issues, and therefore, this is main point is like don't focus too much on the end user, but on the technical administrators and team that actually implement and make those products.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I have one question. Any policy must have some tools to investigate the operation of that policy, I think. According to that purpose, European Union provide the MECSA, MECSA, which is a tool to check the mail security of mail server. So I think it's a very good, tool to investigate the operation of each server. My question is, after that tools introduced to European Union, what is the effect of that tool? It reduced the security level, or increase the level of the security of each server in the European Union. For instance, I found almost none of the companies use DNS security. Why? Because it protects your server for spoofing, I think, but almost none of it. So most important, what is the tendencies not to use such kind of important tool? It is very cheap to introduce and very, effective, but almost none of our companies use such kind of important tools right now.
Yes, that's a great question, and I have to admit I have no clue why they don't implement it. I think the general problem of cybersecurity in organizations is like in internet companies, it shouldn't be, but like especially like in non-tech industries, like cybersecurity was always like this abstract thing. It just cost money, and therefore it was like not people just like didn't want to, it didn't generate money, it didn't generate profit, and therefore people were not eager to like invest in it. I think maybe, like, to be a bit cynical, ransomware did a good job in like bringing the abstract danger into like the minds of executive, because there you have like a very vivid picture of the actual damage that can be caused through cybersecurity incidents.
Yeah, thank you. May I? Yeah, thank you. So I think that's a very important question, a very interesting question that connects slightly with a CRA, even though the DNSSEC part isn't really in scope. However, what both questions have in common, or both the regulation addresses outside your particular example, is that there are economic counter incentives to deploying security systems in the mass market. You mentioned it's a product, first and foremost, the CRA is a product safety regulation, right? Which is why it makes use of a whole set of prearranged tools that are available on the regulatory side. The Radio Equipment Directive is the predecessor kind of on the regulatory, in the regulatory toolbox. And the threat model is the cheap cameras coming from somewhere that are thrown on the market without any support for software updates, security updates, and so on and so forth. And why is that? Because people don't want to pay extra for the security. And that is kind of comparable to your example, right? So DNSSEC is something, first of all, it's not something you add to a product. It's a system that needs to be deployed in various places, needs cooperation, and so on and so forth. But economic counter incentives in the mass market, I guess, is what both have in common, and that might be something to inform the discussion. And of course, the CRA is also a response to very prominent threats. Some of you might remember the Log4j incident, which was and then open source comes into play, but it's not the main point. But Log4j is the one that maybe not triggered this, but would be a prime example for some things that trigger this kind of regulation. Everybody was crying around that this is a very important piece of software that is deployed all over the place, and it was maybe unmaintained or working on a shoestring budget because a single individual was quote responsible for this, and it is deployed everywhere in products and in critical infrastructure. And I think that's what the CRA in part tries to address. So but the economics are very important in this part and should be looked onto. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree. And I think we came to the end of this session.
So I have a quick question. Okay?
Sorry.
Yeah, basically it was a good presentation. I am Narayan Timilsina from Nepal. So when we talk about regulation on cyber security, particularly what I understood is we have to go through from some dimensions such as governance, partnership, workforce development, and public awareness, as she said about human capital. So in EU is what quick. So does it cover all these aspects in a single act, or it's very separate?
Very separate. Like and NIS2 is on critical infrastructure, as CIA is on products. Like when those categories you mentioned, like it was governance, a human aspect. It's I think it's like not, especially like for example like the human aspect. It's kind of thought of a bit like in NIS2, but like in general, you could say like there's like no overarching IT security law in the European Union. Like, and why is that? Like as I said in the beginning, it's like everything is a bit historically grown, and some sectors are like very further on their way. For example, like financial sectors, like historically very tightly regulated sector, and therefore there were efforts like to consolidate it a bit, but in general it's still a bit like it's scattered around. Okay, then I think we came to the end of this session. Thank you very much for your questions, and yeah, then see you soon on the venue.
このまんまで現地抜いたくなりましたよ。まあなんかねそれでもいいらしいですよ。ただなんかバグルこっちバグりましたからね一回。ミュートをオンにしてんのに、いやオフにしてんのに、オンにしてんのにオフになってしまって、電池抜いたらそのまま抜いたらやっぱりあかんのかなと思って、いやまあまたもう一回入れ直したら復旧するって出ましたけど、そんな気にすることはだから入れた時に確認したらいいと思いますね、バッテリー。なるほど。よう分からへんねこれ。あかんかったらまた入れ直したらいいですよね。そうです入れ直すかもう一遍設定するか、オフになってたらもう一回オンにしてもうて。結構早く充電できるんですね。早い昨日もね。充電してまだ同じバッテリー使ったらいいのか。
Uh, uh,
1番です。ワン、ツー。2番です、2番です。ワン、ツー。卓上です、卓上。質問です、質問。2番です。ワン、ツー。質問2番、2番、1番か。つ、
But can I ask the person online to try a bit to speak to see if it works?
Yes, but as I told you, you need to use
Speak this. But I write her a message for her to.
Oh, you mean chat box?
Yeah, I just WhatsApp, just on WhatsApp, for her to try.
Good afternoon to the online participants and to our online speakers, Melodina, and then you. Could you unmute yourself and speak so that we test your sound?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, hello. Do you hear me?
Irina?
Hi. Yes, that's great. That's perfect. We can hear you very well. Would you like to unmute yourself and test the sound with you? He tried?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Hello, could you hear me? Hello, hello.
Hi. Great. I thought it
Could you
was
hear me?
somebody from the audio. Okay. Thanks a lot. So we can hear you.
And we can mute them. And yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Open Forum number 20 of the IGF 2023 on benefits and challenges of immersive realities. Let me start by presenting our speakers today. I will start with on-site panelists in alphabetical order. So we have with us Adam Ingel, Global Lead in Digital Policy from the LEGO Group. We have Clara Neppel, Senior Director, European Business Operations at IEEE. And we have Patrick Penix, Head of the Information Society Department from the Council of Europe. And the Council of Europe is the organizer also of this event. In remote participation, we have Professor Melodina Stevens, Professor of Innovation and Technology Governance from the Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government, and Yu Yuan from IEEE, IEEE SA President. Welcome. My name is Irene Kitsara. I'm European Standardization Initiatives Director at IEEE SA. I have the pleasure to be the lead of the upcoming Council of Europe and IEEE joint report on the impact on the metaverse and its impact on human rights, the rule of law and democracy, and I will be your moderator today. So let me start by asking Patrick and Clara why the Council of Europe is organizing this session today and working on issues related to emerging technologies, and also what is the role of IEEE in this?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For the Council of Europe, it's been an imperative to always work at the edge of the developments of technology. Already in the 80s, we worked on the Data Protection Convention. In the later on, 20 years ago, we developed the Cybercrime Convention. So we're always trying to ensure that the new technological developments are compatible with the values of the Council of Europe. And that's why also in terms of the emerging new technology, which is encompassed through artificial intelligence and the immersive realities, we also need to see to which extent this coincides and this reinforces or poses a certain number of challenges to the development of human rights. So I'll have to start again, I guess. What I was trying to say is that the Council of Europe has always been at the edge when it comes to the development of new technologies. When we try to look at the development of everything, automated processing of individual data already 40 years ago, or the Cybercrime Convention more than 20 years ago, for us it was always very important to be able to look at what the impact of those emerging technologies, and this way the immersive realities, have on human rights, rule of law and democracy. And that's why we thought it was important to work in partnership with IEEE on looking into the metaverse and how the metaverse would impact those human rights. And that's why we decided to organize this workshop here.
Thank you, and thank you for having us here. So my name is Clara Neppel, and I'm the Senior Director of IEEE in Europe. We are based in Austria and Vienna. And when on my flight here, I actually saw a documentary from a famous Austrian architect, Karl Schwanzer, who said that man creates buildings and buildings create man. And actually it's the responsibility of an architect to create these buildings which make people happy. And now we are at the time when we create a completely new virtual reality, and we are the architects. And I think that we cannot do it alone as technologists. I think that we need to create an immersive reality which makes people happy, which cares for well-being, and of course also human rights and the society. And we need to bring also in this report, that's what we try to do, to bring different perspectives. So from the technological side, from the ethical side, social side. And yes, this is basically this bi-directional dialogue that we need to continue also for this sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick and Clara. So we are hearing the terms metaverse, immersive realities, and also in other sessions we have also related terms such as virtual worlds. And I think it would be good for our discussion to talk a little bit about these terms, and maybe as well as the technologies that are enabling, making such realities an option and making it possible for us to experience. So with that, I would like to turn to you to provide us with his perspective on this.
Thank you, Irene. So as we all know, metaverse, this term was coined by Neil Stephenson in his sci-fi fiction novel back in, 30 years ago. But during the past decades, this concept itself has been extended quite a bit. So let me share with you our definition of metaverse. We are trying to provide the most inclusive definition for metaverse. So, in terms of metaverse, we could agree that this is talking about a digital universe. So from the experience perspective, experience view, we can say there are three types of metaverses. It could be either a digital and different universe, or it could be a digital counterpart of our current universe, or it could be a digital extension of our current universe, which means these three different types of digital universes are corresponding to virtual reality, augmented reality, and the digital twin. So from that perspective, metaverse refers to a kind of experiences in which the outside world is perceived as a universe. But from another angle, the functional view, of the internet. Well, how about now? Let me say it again. Could you hear me?
Please.
Hello?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So we know, like metaverse from another perspective, we call that a functional view. Metaverse could be referred to the next version of World Web. Web 3.0 be the next stage of digital transformation. So with that being said, let's take a look at the metaverse technology landscape. We can say that, of course, supporting technologies like computation, storage, communications, networking, data and knowledge and intelligence are all necessary for enabling metaverse. But there are also core technologies for metaverse, namely extended senses and actions. You can call that XR, or you can call that spatial computing. And the second category is persistent virtual worlds. We call that persistent computing, which is about how to create virtual maps, virtual scenes, virtual objects, and virtual characters, collectively constituting virtual worlds. And lastly, digital finance and economy. You can also call that consensus computing, which is about digital assets, may or may not be built upon decentralization and blockchain. So from this technology roadmap or landscape, you can say that AI is actually an integral part of the metaverse technology landscape. So with that being said, we can say that metaverse is the next biggest thing. Why? Because if we look at the history of the digitalization or digital transformation, we are actually between two stages. The current stage, which is already exploding, we call that intelligentization, which is about the rise of AI, using AI everywhere. But the next phase enabled by AI and is upcoming is the metaverse. So we are currently between these two stages. And I could also add that as many of us will agree that AI is transforming production, transforming forces of production and the relations of production, but the metaverse will redefine production and redefine life. So that's why we say metaverse is the next biggest thing. So I stop here. Irene?
Thank you very much, Hugh. And you touched upon some of the fact, that we have different areas of application of the metaverse, and I would like to now turn to Melodina and ask her about some application areas, and then move to Clara, Benefit, and Adam, and talk about some of the benefits that can arise from the use of immersive experience. And ways that the metaverse can also promote, for example, the human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. Melodina, would you like to start?
Thank you. So when Facebook changed its name to Meta in October 2021, the market speculated that the total size of Metaverse is 13 trillion US dollars. Over time, that number got revised and went downwards, but I do not think it is a wrong estimate at all. The first reason is Metaverse is also hardware, so you see this doubling of computing power every 18 months. You also see a lot of the geopolitical tension is pushing the adoption of Metaverse. You can see this in the 5G wars and in the proxy wars currently going on. You also see private sector's tremendous interest. In fact, the applied research from private sector is greater than government investment. And you see this in things like, for example, Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard for about 69 billion US dollars. We also see governments are huge adopters, and I'm going to go through that very briefly, but we see a standards war coming out, and it's being played by the private sector currently. You see Pokemon Go, which was an augmented reality game, got 50 million customers in 19 days. So that's huge adoption curve. You see also a price war happening right now with Meta's Oculus glasses priced at 500 versus Apple's glasses priced at 3,500, all in time for Christmas. So gaming continues to drive the metaverse right now. There's more than 160 virtual worlds. Fortnite, for example, has 500 million customers and generates something like 6 billion US dollars. A lot of this income is also micro purchasing. We can't ignore other players which have huge numbers. For example, Meta with 3.88 billion users, Microsoft with most of the Fortune 500, and keep in mind Microsoft has a Microsoft Mesh and now has Activision, that's 92 million monthly users, and Minecraft, significant number of children. Apple has 1.5 billion users entering into the payment circle, and Google has 4.3 billion, Tencent 1.26. And we see NVIDIA, which was typically a hardware provider, now entering into this space. So the crossovers are very interesting, and that's why I think it's very hard to determine market. Now, industry applications are, for example, in digital twins. We have countries adopting, cities, for example, and countries. UK has a digital twin strategy, for example. South Korea has one, but we also see cities adopting it. We see manufacturing. There are factories that are adopting it, creating digital twins, Siemens, BMW. So definitely Germany. We see it in utilities sector, Sydney Water. We see it in ADNOC, which is petroleum, oil and gas. We see 900 cities with smart cities. So with the Internet of All Things, I think this is also pushing the adoption of the metaverse. We have 125 billion connected devices in 2023. We see government, which historically has contributed 40% to GDP, approximately, maybe at the higher end, but also entering. So for example, tourism, during the pandemic, Dubai was present as World Expo. They had 24 physical visitors coming to the site. It was COVID after all, but 125 virtual visitors. And this becomes part of their legacy. We see KSA with Neom and Finland in Minecraft, actually, with the 3D version of Helsinki as a city. We see education as a huge adopter. Typically, it's being pushed by engineering and health, and that's also where a lot of the research is happening right now. There was the first surgery, but it was more to access digital records, and some work is happening on customer care, a lot on reskilling. For example, Accenture bought 60,000 Oculus Quest headsets in 2021 for their employees, and they created the nth floor for training and for networking. We also see retail heavily getting involved in the metaverse. Typically right now it's more experiences. Brands are testing it out. We've got luxury brands like Gucci, Burberry, fashion brands like H&M, Forever 21. I mean, you name it, they are there, but they're experimenting right now. There is no doubt we will reach 13 trillion. I think it's a function of standards, or maybe who will win the standards war, and also what is the situation with regulation. So I'll stop there right now, Irene.
Thank you, Melodina. Patrick?
Well, if is it on? Yes, it is on. Okay, well, there are the question that Vince Cerf just asked in the opening session of the high-level opening remarks was, what is the internet we want and what is the internet we deserve? So these are two different questions, and the same goes for the metaverse. What is the metaverse we want and which one do we deserve? I think if we want to create a metaverse that is respectful of human rights, that will enhance freedom of expression, that will be inclusive, that will be accessible, that will be fostering global connections, we need to put those mileposts and benchmarks in place. And that's why we cannot just let digital development happen. We have to be able to steer that digital development. I wouldn't say that we need to steer innovation. I think that is for companies to do. But we need to put those benchmarks right that make sure that there are within the metaverse also innovative educational opportunities, that there is a democratic participation, that there is a digital rights protection. We very often at the level of the Council of Europe say, what is the protection of rights that we need to do offline, we also need to do that online. If the metaverse is the next step up with the Internet of Things, with connected realities, with 5G, with quantum computing, and how that interrelates all together, and certain industries are very far ahead. You didn't say that earlier on, but for example, testing of, in the metaverse, how it feels to be underwater, for example. These are innovations that we need to be able to not grasp, but at least to be able to say, what usage do we want it to give in the future? I could imagine that not only it gives you the feeling of jumping off a cliff into the ocean, which would be the fantastic use of the metaverse, I guess, but if we are able to use the metaverse in order to do waterboarding, this may be a completely different reality. So we need transparency, we need accountability, we need digital rights protection, and I think the experience already shows that we need to be able to give a certain guidance on that. We're trying to do that in the technologies that are being developed. Right now we're developing a regulation on artificial intelligence, which is a framework convention that is to be dealing with this. We hope to finalize that by mid next year. But also in our future work plans, the metaverse is part of it. And the fact that we can work together with IEEE on those kind of things seems to me essential, because as we said before, it's in this multi-stakeholder context that we need to be able to discuss that from all angles, whether that be from the technical community, from the engineer's point of view, from the business point of view, but also from an ethical point of view, from civil society point of view, academic point of view, and be able to govern all of that. So I think the benefits are there, and we can work towards the promotion of human rights and rule of law and democratic participation, but it's not going to go evidently. We've seen that with the development of the internet. The internet has given us a number of opportunities. We want it to be open and transparent and flexible and worldwide, but we're increasingly getting a more fragmented world. And we also know that if we let things happen, if we want not want a metaverse, but if we get a metaverse we deserve, we may not be getting the metaverse we want. And I think that's important from a human rights perspective to look at it.
Clara and then Adam on the benefits of.
Yeah,
of the
thank you. Well, I think we already heard quite a lot on the benefits. I was also thinking, again, on my flight to Japan, that probably already immersive realities contributed this flight and your flight as well to be more safe, because the pilot was probably trained by hours and hours in immersive realities to master situation which he hopefully never encounters or not very often. And so this is already an immersive reality which helps us. And we are seeing now, we hear generative AI. Generative AI is going to revolutionize also design. We are going to have the car industry, which is already testing out different design options in different immersive realities. And I think that we are moving now, we heard from these digital twins of cities, and I think somebody asked to try to map it to SDG, so I will just try to do some. The obvious one, of course, would be the SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. But if we go to the digital twins of cities and even of the planet, of course, we also touching about the SDG 13 on climate and also of sustainable cities. And we are moving to the digital twins of ourselves. And I think that this is where our collaboration with the Council of Europe is going to be essential, because there we are entering a realm that we certainly cannot handle alone when it comes to human rights, democracy and rule of law. So digital twins of ourselves, what does it mean? It means, of course, inclusive health, healthcare, SDG 3, education was already mentioned, SDG 4. But what is very close to my heart is really SDG 17, and that is partnership. It's partnership for these common goals. And I think that this is going to be now really a game changer. Now, if we're thinking about climate change, we see quite a lot of measures which are very, very difficult to implement because citizens don't understand the full impact of it. And there's a lot of fear. What does it mean if a solar panel is very close to my field, or if I have a wind turbine somewhere nearby? What does it mean if my city is going to implement new measures in terms of traffic control? And this is something that we can try out in a virtual reality, and we can really enhance the democratic participation that Patrick talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the benefits have been well canvassed, but I'm from the LEGO group, so I'll focus my comments on what it might mean for children. And really, it has tremendous potential to amplify the things that kids care about. So we've undertaken research alongside UNICEF to try and understand what is child well-being online and what components and elements and building blocks actually make children feel like they're in a positive space. One of them is social connection. I think the metaverse and the immersivity of it and the interoperability between different layers of the internet and different services can really connect children in a way that is unprecedented. You're not just a username, you're an avatar. You have a sense of identity that's carried across experiences that's built up to a history online, and that conveys a unique sense of yourself to your peers and other kids. So you can connect in a way that you haven't been able before, and that's really what kids value. You can create in a way that you can't do offline, even with Lego bricks. You are able to really build these worlds around you. You've seen the power of Minecraft, Roblox, what's happening in Fortnite. These are all early metaverses. As the technology improves, not just the graphics, but the interconnectivity, the layers of services, the creative potential is huge. And children learn through creation. That's what we've really found. So they can do that in an even better way. You also can empower kids. They have this sense of identity. They're online. They're engaging. They're building their own lives there. And they really value this kind of sense of empowerment. Often, they can find some interactions quite patronizing, but they have a right of access to the benefits of technology, and in the metaverse is an avenue for that. So they can learn, create, connect, do all these things. Now I know we're getting to the downsides later, but I do want to say there's a massive caveat to all that is, you know, these things need to be done in a responsible way, particularly with children. So social connection, you know, we've seen the harms that come through an unconsidered approach to those types of things. So the benefit's tremendous, but it needs to be done right. Hopefully that's a good segue.
Absolutely, thank you for that. And I think we have the spoiler alert in the title of the session about the challenges. And I think this is part of what a lot of sessions in the IGF are addressing around concerns that come with emerging technologies and applications. So I would like to address this question to all our panelists about what are some of the challenges that could arise from immersive realities and what is the potential impact they could have on the human rights, the rule of law and democracy, remembering the organizer of the event. And let us maybe just give a bit of a background on what we have covered in the upcoming report. So we have looked into, on one side, the enabling environment that the immersive realities and the metaverse can create for exercising human rights and the rule of law and democracy. But other issues we have looked into were related to privacy and data protection, safety and security, protection of children and other vulnerable populations, access and accessibility issues, inclusion and non-discrimination, freedom of expression and censorship, labor, environment, and of course issues related to the rule of law such as territoriality, enforcement, access to justice, and democracy. But before we all despair, maybe let's start by some of these issues, and I will start by Clara, and then we can move to Patrick, Melodina, and Adam.
Thank you. So I already mentioned that we have already very practical examples of virtual reality. So we have autonomous cars being tried out in different scenarios. But even there are certain ethical questions. A cow on a street might have a completely different value in India than in Europe. And now if we have these digital twins or avatars or digital humans, of course we are entering a completely new territory. These digital humans interacting now in a seamless, interconnected space, there is who is going to control that space? So until now, these immersive realities have been, and also the rules of engagements have been designed by private actors. Now, if we have something like a public space, who is going to decide who is going to enter that space? What is acceptable behavior? And when somebody should be excluded. So here again, we are also discussing about an inclusive, as much as inclusive space as possible. We already see a shift of paradigm from the moderation of control that we know from AI and social media to the moderation of behavior and moderation of space. What does it mean to be aggressed in a virtual space? And again, if we are discussing about virtual spaces, what is a public infrastructure? To what extent can people co-create actually that infrastructure? And what does it mean then to ownership? We already see our children in Minecraft creating magnificent cities and so on. What does it mean if this is then incorporated in a private virtual space? Whose ownership is it? And again, who is dictating the rules? In the digital space, we have in open source the governance of who is actually controlling what code is getting into it. We had some time ago something like a benevolent dictator, somebody who is dictating which codes should be part of that service. So are we going to have something like this in a digital space? Hopefully not. Hopefully we will have a democratic participation. And especially when it comes to such a technology which will very much influence our worldviews, because we are basically going to have a completely different perception of, let's say, a certain environment if we are immersed in this. who is going to, again, control how this is going to look like? What does it mean, our perception of history, of perception of reality as such? And I think we already heard about privacy. I think we are entering here into a completely new space. We are going to have this technology which is present, omnipresent. We have to get away, let's say, from the technologies that we hear now, of the headsets. We have to think about technologies which are upcoming. Last week at the Paris fashion show, something called a human AI was presented, which was just a very small pin, which is there all the time and registering basically everything, recording everything. It's kind of a digital assistant, a Star Trek-like assistant. Question is, what would it mean into this conference if we had such a technology which is every time recording everything which is happening, recording who is talking to what, to whom, and what possibly feelings he has. So you can imagine the type of information asymmetry that we are going to have, and also the power of those who can also predict certain alliances, certain power games in the future. So you can see we have certain new aspects to existing ethical challenges, like privacy, bias, accountability, and we have also some completely new challenges. We had Tom Hanks also last week telling that there is a digital Tom Hanks around who is publicizing some dental care. He has nothing to do with this. We have more and more of these digital twins who are going to be copied. Not only our our physical features, but also our characteristics, our the way we are talking and the way we are feeling. So how much can we actually control these digital selves or these digital feelings? And are we going to need to have an authentication not only of content, but also of these digital humans? And last but not least, I want to conclude with safety. I think that safety is also going to play a completely different role that we are discussing now in terms of AI. Maybe some of you have heard this advertisement that the metaverse is virtual, but its impact is real. And I think that's very true. Of course, you will have very real impacts when it comes, for instance, to healthcare. But if it is not designed well, then it has a real impact on the patient. And other things which makes this this need of designing it in the right way a very important one.
Now, the human rights activists, but also organizations that stand for human rights, are very often seen as a little bit alarmist and do not see sufficiently the positive sides. But it's also for a human rights organization to be able to point that out. Let's say the ones that are the evangelists, if I may call them that way, of the future developments, including the immersive realities, will point at the advantages. They also do serious efforts. I'm now not speaking for that business community, but it's not as if that business community goes about developing things in a completely unethical way. They put quite a number of resources into place. Metaverse, unfortunately, or Meta was unfortunately not able to participate in this panel discussion, but I know they do a lot of effort in order to be able to ensure that the ethical principles, human rights principles, legal principles are also being respected. Adam will certainly say something more about it afterwards as well, because that's their prime concern. Well, not their prime concern. Their prime concern remains doing business, obviously. But the question is not so much how much ethical principles are being put forward by private business. It's also to which extent this new universe is going to be regulated by private business, or to which extent has a democratic society with the principles that it endorses and tries to promote, to which extent does that have an impact on the development of this new immersive reality? None of us here are immersive natives. I'm an analog native. Some of us may be digital natives. I'm not looking at anyone in particular, but none of us are immersive natives. We will have to be able to look into a completely new reality of which we do not necessarily yet see the contours. And in order to be able to see those contours, let us not be naive. I'm old enough to have looked at the start of the internet and the positive feelings about democratic governance and participation and improvement of, let's say, grassroots democracy. But we also see that that was maybe a little bit naive, and that we also see that there are a number of things that we need to ensure, that especially when our societies are, instead of growing more democratic, are getting more defensive of human rights, we're regressing, we're backsliding. So let us see what that means. If some of the information and data that have been collected even until now fall into the wrong hands, I think we are very badly off. Now, the metaverse also and the immersive realities allows for new forms of crime, allows for new questions, or has to be put new questions with regards to the jurisdiction. Where, who is going to be judge and party? Can we be judge and party? Should we not divide that? Should we not have the ones that are deciding on how the developments are taking place be separated from those who take a number of decisions with regards to the jurisdiction about it? Now, we've spoken about privacy. Clara mentioned it before. We're getting into a new dimension of privacy, because in order to create an immersive reality, we also need to ensure that new forms of data collection, including biometric, psychography, are recorded. These are very intimate, more even, I would say, than our health data, which are sensitive data. How are they going to be governed? I think even if, who was it? Tom Hanks? No. Was it Tom Hanks? Complains about deep fakes. I think in the future we will be dealing with something which is far more immersive than that. I think we're moving towards, in order to be able to represent yourself through an avatar, it basically means that you have to have a complete picture of yourself, including of your expressions, etc., to make it more realistic. Will we in 2034, will the IGF take place in an immersive world, Irina? So these are the kind of things that we need to ask, and what are the consequences of that for privacy and digital security? How do we identify ourselves? Not only Tom Hanks, but also everyone in our room here. What about anonymity? Can we still be anonymous? We're outraged about video surveillance, and some countries and some cities are excelling in that. But what about anonymity? What about private life? At least for the European Convention on Human Life, privacy is one of the pillars, Article 8. What about freedom of expression? What about the counterpart of disinformation and misinformation? We see, especially now with the ongoing war, how misinformation and disinformation are being used in a 30s, 1930-like manner, but in much more efficient manner, to be able to stifle freedom of expression, but also to control whole forms of population. That immersive reality can only be an extra layer of that. And I think we need to not be naive in terms of thinking that everyone is nice. Not everyone is nice. At the IGF, of course, everyone is nice. But there are other people out there which may be not so nice and that have different intentions on how your private information will be used. Let's also think about inclusivity. The speeches earlier today were all about how can we make the next 2.6 billion people connect to the internet. But how are we going to connect the next 8 billion people to the metaverse? Who is going to be included? What are the elements of inclusion? I see the potential for educational purposes and so on and so forth. But in order to be able to benefit from those educational goals, we have to be able to ensure that people can also participate. So inclusivity, accessibility. How are we dealing with the digital divide, not only worldwide, but also within our societies? And that is something that has also been shown during the COVID crisis, how the digital divide in our countries have been extremely difficult to overcome. So governance and accountability. It's good to be accountable to yourself, but you can also get away with certain things. I try to be accountable, but I'm not always so accountable. Don't tell anyone, but that's the reality. If you're judge and party, you cannot be totally objective. So we need to, in this multi-stakeholder approach, come to common sense. I think this IGF also points at it, that is that we need to be able to, on the basis of a number of common principles, common values, how do we want to see the next step, not only in internet governance and artificial intelligence, but how do we also measure that in terms of the immersive realities, and how are we going to position ourselves to that? Are we going to be naive in hoping that the next generation will be simple and will be defensive or not?
Thank you. Let's now move to Melodina, and being aware of time, I'm asking all the speakers onwards to be conscious of that so that we leave time for the Q&A. Melodina?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to very briefly talk about the Universal Human Rights Article 23, which says everyone has the right to work, the free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work and protection against unemployment. The metaverse is data hungry, so it basically consumes your data, just like Clara and Patrick have mentioned. And the worry is it will remove jobs. For the first time, the World Economic Forum in their 2023 report has actually said AI technologies like metaverse will be a net job loss, not a net job increase. And that means we will not be prepared, because now skills don't matter, your experience doesn't matter, because it's all saved on the metaverse. And the cost of not preparing people to have jobs or to keep jobs will be something like 11.5 trillion for training. But even more if you look at things like pensions or social security. The bigger worry is the jobs that are being formed are often low-paying jobs. So the human being is coming to the bottom of the supply chain, right? And we see this already because some of the jobs are things like tagging content or content moderation. I'll give you an example. For example, Roblox has a very active community and they have 4.25 million developers. And if you want to earn on Roblox and convert their money, that is the blocks to actual US dollars, you have to make a minimum amount of money. And of that 4.25 million developers, only 11,000 qualified. This has a direct impact on health, and that's another universal right? And the impact is well-being, especially the uncertainty whether I get to keep my job, I think is important. So this also raises questions on IP. Assuming my experiences and my skill sets are because of the amount of years I spend and are uniquely mine, do I have IP on this? We also see another important thing coming in, which is perhaps behavioral addiction to technologies like this. I mentioned right at the beginning, a lot of the metaverse has been built from gaming. So we try to gamify behavior. And we know for children, as an example, that not just children, adults also can get addicted to games. So this has been declared a psychiatric disorder in 2019 by WHO. But the worry is as we start putting it into our daily life, in shopping, in work, and in education, at what point will the so-called magic circle, the circle between reality and imagination, disappear? And this is something we aren't actually putting enough research into. I would also like to very briefly bring in environment. Clara mentioned that, but the metaverse is something that requires huge amounts of data and computing power. Hence, it has a significant carbon footprint, right? Just take the semiconductor chip, which is embedded in most of our technology. If you've got a mobile phone or a laptop, the average chip, when you take all of its components, travels 50,000 kilometers, right? And it's embedded in 169 industries. So we're looking at environmental costs in carbon in terms of water, because chips are not recycled. We see that the e-waste is growing exponentially and less than 17% is recycled. So this will get into your groundwater, and something like mercury, we see that in fish across the ocean, so it's not contained. I just want to briefly mention one more thing, but culture representation becomes extremely important in the metaverse. And I think this will be something nations will have to consider, whether it's stereotypes that are being represented on the metaverse, or how do you actually do that? So with that, Adam, over to you.
Thanks. I'll keep it brief because a lot of the challenges have been discussed. I think one thing that has come out, though, and always comes out in these discussions, is how so many of the issues aren't unique. They exist today, and we're still grappling with the solutions today. And now regulation and legislation is forming a response to these issues. So I think we'll actually have to wait and see how the issues in Web 2.0 and the regulatory response and the cultural response to these issues plays out, to see whether we'll actually start in earnest with the metaverse from a better playing field. But when it comes to kids and the challenges they face, I think from our mind, from the LEGO Group's mind, we want to create a really kid-friendly ecosystem, one with high safety standards, responsible design, limited ways for harmful conduct, contract, and in order to do that, to create a truly immersive ecosystem, we need others to join us and also share our standards, because we can create all these great Lego experiences, but a metaverse is interconnected, it's interoperable. So everyone needs to lift their game if we're going to have a collective approach to address a lot of the harms that children are going to be facing.
Again, Adam, thank you for leading to the last question. And again, because of time, I would ask the rest of you to cover. We are at the IGF, so naturally the last question is around governance of the metaverse. And could you share some key concepts, the issues we have been hearing and the considerations and challenges are very much, I think, known issues from ongoing or previous discussions related to AI, generative AI, social platforms, and gaming. How can we address some of these challenges that we heard? And what could be some of the considerations and elements we should bear in mind while considering governance of immersive realities? Patrick, would you like to start? Or Melodina? Melodina, would you like to start?
Sure. So when we look at the governance right now, I just want to quote something from ITU in 2003, and IGF committed to the WSIS principles, which says commitment to build people-centric, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. I sometimes worry whether we put technology before people. So we see that there's a lot at the national level in terms of policies. OECD reports 800 AI policies. Most of them are in North Africa and Europe. And we also see a lot of data regulations, 62 countries with 144 data regulations, but most of it is fragmentary. So the metaverse will be global, and it really requires collaboration across governments. The few governments that have put policies on the metaverse, most of them recommend self-governance. And I think this is because of the adoption curve. So you see South Korea came out with ethical principles. The Agile Nations, which is a coalition group, it's an IGO with UK, Canada, Denmark, Italy, Singapore, Japan, and UAE, is coming out with a report in this week. And again, it talks about self-governance. China, for the first time, has actually said you could file trademarks of NFTs and virtual goods. And this is a big shift that's coming in. And Australia has a white paper on standards. But again, self-governance, because the time to collaborate and put together an overarching policy will take too long, and we need private sector to work with that. Now, there are standards coming out. So if we look at something like the metaverse standards, which is an association with 2,400 members, most of it private sector. Now, one of the challenges I would like to bring is open source. So the metaverse builds on top of open source, and there's a proprietary layer. And this really creates a problem. So take, for example, a database of faces. So Megapixel had a data set of 4.7 million faces scrapped from Flickr. Today, you can do it from Instagram or from YouTube. And 80% of that was from these places. And it's used in 900 research papers. So we see this open source does have some challenges that I'd like to highlight. Another one is Apache software. There's something called the log4j, and this is responsible for the 404 error that you see. And they found out there was a problem in its code that created a vulnerability. And what's interesting is it's embedded everywhere, in Amazon, in Apple, in Minecraft, and all Java systems. And that's 3 billion devices. So we will see that this problem will exist. And it's not really how much foresight you have in that, but how quickly and how transparently we can work together. If we penalize private sector for being transparent, they will hide it, and it will make the vulnerability worse. So that's something we need to find. We find out also that there isn't much way forward. For example, Barbados wanted to put an embassy online, and according to the 1961 Vienna Convention, it talks about only physical embassies, but these are countries with limited resources, and if they need to be represented around the world, virtual embassies work. But again, this is a negotiated thing where there isn't much information on that. I just want to highlight one more thing. Most governments who are being represented on the metaverse are being represented on top of private sector. So they're using something like Decentraland or the SANS and working with that. So I think this raises also interesting questions, at which point I'd like to stop now and hand over.
Thank you, Melodina. Patrick?
Yeah, when you speak about governance, I think there's a number of governance principles which are already enshrined in what we've done on data protection, what we've done on cybercrime, what we're now trying to do also on artificial intelligence within the Council of Europe, questions related to responsibility, to transparency, to explainability, to revocability, to the right to contest. All of those elements need to be looked at, and obviously what we did when we started to work on the new convention on artificial intelligence, the first thing we did was some kind of a feasibility study. That is, look at what are all the ethical principles that are already out there and which are applicable. What is the legislation that is out there and that would be applicable to the metaverse? And then look at where are the gaps. And if we have identified the gaps, then look at which are the elements that could constitute the elements of a future governance within this. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Well, I think that what we hear now more and more from the private sector as well is that there's a need for the interoperability of regulation, actually, for regulatory requirements. And one way to achieve this could be, is actually through global standards. And I think that it is important to say that standards are there, of course, to move from principles to practice to actually operationalize regulations. So this would be the top-down approach. And this is important, but we also see a bottom-up approach. So in IEEE, we've been working since 2015 on ethically aligned design initiatives, which resulted in a set of standards from value-based design, which can be used also for the metaverse, to defining more closely what is transparency, what does it mean to have age-appropriate design. I think, Adam, you're part of that. So I think that we need to bring together this top-down and bottom-up principles in order to create that framework which works for everyone. Yeah, I think I will just let it here because we want to have some questions as well. Thank you.
Yes, and I would like now to turn to you and to the audience and see if you have any questions to our panelists. And then I hear we also have an online question. Maybe we can start with that. And you can think in the meantime.
Can you? Yes. So I will just read the question in the chat from Nina Jane Patel. With the increasing immersion of users into these virtual realms, there is potential access to a plethora of biometric data, from eye tracking to brain activity to heart rate. How do you envision the governance and regulation of such intimate data in the metaverse? Furthermore, what steps do you believe need to be taken to ensure that individuals' biometric data remain private and protected from the misuse? Thank you.
So I can address what we have identified in the report. Maybe that will give an overview of some of the issues that have been identified by the experts. So indeed, we will be looking into much more invasive practical supervision and censoring. And the idea is we will be looking, so our experts have been looking into the idea of rethinking privacy, rethinking what this means. There are different defenders of the introduction of the so-called neuro rights. There is in Chile, this has been also covered in their constitution. There is, on the other side, there are some thoughts, there are issues around bystander privacy, not just your own that you can potentially consent to, but also, for example, the people who may be in the same room with you and they don't know that they are being also recorded with you. So there is a plethora of, indeed, of questions, and there are different views around the governance of that, whether there may be also some self-regulation, self-governance principles that could help with that, or whether we should be looking at existing reinterpretation of existing hard law or introduction of new one. Do we have any questions? Please, the gentleman.
Good morning. Thank you that I could participate in your panel, town hall. It's very interesting, and especially if you talk about the immersive, but what now? Life, technology, or maybe existence. And from that perspective, we in Poland, because I came from Poland, we have a different consideration than now. The biggest tension is not on the freedom of expression, not even of personal data and privacy, but much more, and maybe it's only one, the future tension, freedom of conscience. Not from the religious point of view, but from the psychophysical integrity of person. And from that perspective, I would like to ask you if we can suggest something, how to deal with this. Also, not only, it is one of the part of fundamental rights, of course, yes, but from the technical point of view, it's of course challenging, I understand this, but I thought that it is worth to put the question on the table. Thank you.
I remember chanting in one of the demonstrations in Belgium in the 1980s that the thoughts are free. I don't know if the thoughts will still be free, and that's freedom of conscience indeed. Of course, I don't know to which extent. Of course, once we are starting to look into interaction between machine and man, and if we see that technology already enhances or has the capacity to influence our behavior, to which extent will it be influence our thought processes? I think our thought processes are already being influenced by the messages that we get very directly. Otherwise, how could you explain that whole forms of the entire populations can be influenced in a certain manner? When I looked at the Edelman Trust Barometer, I saw that in authoritarian regimes, the trust in public service media is the highest. This seems to be contradictory, but it also is quite revealing on how a regime, and whether that be a private or a public entity, can actually influence the way people maybe not think, but at least act according to what is expected from them. So freedom of thought is definitely, and freedom of religion, because also in the European Convention of Human Rights this is enshrined, are definitely things which are at stake and that would need to be looked at. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, Robert, it's my personal view. I think that we are discussing now much more about the moderation, that practically we are discussing about content moderation, and if this should be private or public, and probably in order to have a certain balance, we need to have this multi-stakeholder moderation at some point. This is, I think, that we are here at the Intergovernmental Forum. This should be at the heart of discussions, I think, because this is also what Patrick mentioned before. Democratic process cannot happen if you are not, if you cannot control, if you don't have anonymity. First of all, I think that's important. If you don't have anonymity, you cannot actually exercise your rights as a citizen, I think, as well. But that's my private.
Just shortly to that, we identify in the report this mental privacy, mental autonomy, and the practically reinterpretation of notions that we knew, like freedom of expression, and what they mean nowadays with these technologies, which have the potential of even changing our, not just our perception of reality, but even changing our thought process and even our, the facts. Thank you.
Oh, hi, my name is Michael Karnikolas. I'm the Executive Director of the UCLA Institute for Technology, Law and Policy. I wanted to pick up on what you said about content moderation, because as far as I understand it, the tools to moderate content effectively at scale do not exist for these technologies. So it's fine right now as long as adoption rates are where they are, but if these things take off rapidly, there's no actual way to follow the standards that already exist for traditional social media platforms. So is that something that you're looking into, or this is a legal challenge and a policy challenge as well as a technical challenge?
Yes, this is the, yes, because we will need to wrap, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Steve Foslu from UNICEF. We also did a short report on the metaverse and children and some of the rights, so hopefully that was useful. My question is around, and sorry, maybe this is too big a question for this time, but I'm from South Africa originally. How your thoughts on how the metaverse will play out over time? Because not everybody can afford the $500 or $3,500 headset, and not everybody will. So if these technologies are going to actually scale globally, and that's also a question, but I think they will, but they're going to look very different for users in South Africa, in Johannesburg or Cape Town, to perhaps, you know, kids, and obviously I'm looking at children in New York, some children in New York. So, and perhaps we've seen some signals of this, of beginning to talk to cloned characters, and you might be talking to them on WhatsApp. It doesn't have to be in an immersive environment, but it's beginning to normalize talking to AI, basically. And you're not always sure if that's a person or not. So any thoughts on how this might play out? And if there isn't time now, I'll be here for the next few days, so I'd love to have a coffee and pick your brains. Thank you.
Who would like to?
I need the microphone.
Yes.
Could I answer?
Yeah. Melodina,
was it
please.
Adam who's going to go ahead?
Please.
Oh, so I was going to just say one thing, that when we look at the metaverse, generally the standards often come from maybe the IT sector, right? Or the technology sector, but we're seeing now health coming into that. So it's really important we don't approach this in silos. Ministries across have to work together. That means health has to sit with social if you see an impact on people and communities and society, but you also have to sit and work with technology. And that's missing right now. So for example, content is being developed for schools, and I don't know if there's a psychologist, sociologist involved. I think in Adam's company they do, but in many cases this is not necessarily true. On the case of inclusiveness, these technologies will get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So I see that actually happening, because these technologies are only viable at scale. That's the only way they will work. But then there's this danger that they will be affordable and embedded, and you cannot get rid of it. Think of ChatGPT. Everyone's using it, and now we're trying to figure out how can we use it more, or what can we do to regulate it. So we're right now at that wonderful time. We've got a 10-year window to have these conversations and come up with the safeguards. And that's why I think these dialogues are so critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Melodina. And I think we need to stop here. But talking about partnerships, I would like to keep your to share with you that the result of the digital partnership that between IEEE and the Council of Europe, and stay tuned to the upcoming report on the metaverse and its impact on human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, which is expected to be released in early 2024. Thank you very much, and thanks to our panelists and the organizer and our hosts, of course.
喂喂喂，开的。
It's open, huh?
Distinguished guests and colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Wu Shengkuo from Beijing Normal University. Our online moderator, Mr. Li Yuxiao, Secretary General of the Cybersecurity Association of China, is online. Welcome to Open Forum, hosted by the Bureau of International Cooperation of Cyberspace Administration of China and the Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies. The theme of this forum is jointly share the responsibilities in the digital era and promote digital governance and cooperation. Taking this as a starting point, we have invited representatives from government, international organization, enterprise, industry organization, and think tank worldwide to hold dialogues on the two topics. First, the impact of Internet innovations on digital governance. Second, the approach of digital governance capacity building and international cooperation. In order to jointly explore the ways to promote the global digital governance cooperation and comprehensively strengthen the digital governance capacity building. More important, we would like to continue to build a sound digital governance ecosystem. Now, let's start the forum. First, let us welcome Ms. Qi Xiaoxia, Director General of Bureau of International Cooperation of Cyberspace Administration of China, organizer of this forum, to deliver an opening speech. Thank you, Ms. Qi.
任部长 Minister Ren, distinguished guests, dear friends, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to meet all of you in Kyoto. On behalf of the Bureau of International Cooperation, Cyberspace Administration of China, I wish to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt appreciation to all guests, both present and online. Today, the phenomenal development of information technology revolution and the digital economy is transforming the way of production and life, exerting far-reaching influence over social and economic development of states, global governance system, and human civilization. The rapid application and development of emerging technologies represented by artificial intelligence also poses a new problem of governance to all countries. Problems with the internet, such as unbalanced development, unsound regulation, unreasonable order, still exist across the globe. And enhancing digital governance has increasingly become a matter of interest to all countries, as well as an important topic for discussion. Against this backdrop, it is necessary and relevant for us to have an in-depth discussion on this important topic. Since China gained full-featured access to the internet, it has always been committed to promoting internet development and governance. Historic progress in relevant undertakings has been made in China. Hundreds of millions of Chinese people have a greater sense of gain from sharing the achievements of internet development. Last year, China released the white paper entitled Jointly Build a Community with a Shared Future in Cyberspace. This paper introduces China's vision of internet development and governance, shares its achievements in promoting the building of a community with a shared future in cyberspace, outlines the prospects for international cooperation, and expresses China's sincere desire to strengthen Internet development and governance cooperation in cyberspace. We are ready to work with all parties to keep pace with the trends of the times, seize the historical opportunities of information revolution, and tackle the risks and challenges in cyberspace, making the Internet deliver more benefits to mankind. With this in mind, I wish to propose efforts in 3 areas. First, we need to follow a people-centered approach with a focus on inclusiveness and shared benefits. Focusing on people is the purpose of digital governance. We need to put people first, making positive efforts to apply Internet to education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation, improve digitally enabled service, and enhance digital literacy and skills of different groups. We are willing to work with the international community to increase support and assistance to vulnerable groups, promote science and technology for good, bridge the digital divide, and facilitate the effective implementation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Second, we need to promote security and stability and maintain good order. Security and stability is the cornerstone for digital governance. We uphold the philosophy of open and cooperative cybersecurity, uphold respect for cyber sovereignty, and respect for the rights of all countries to choose their own path of network development and governance model, as well as to equally participate in international governance in cyberspace. We are ready to deepen exchange and cooperation with other countries in cyberspace, cooperating to combat cyber terrorism and crimes, and jointly safeguarding peace, security, and stability in cyberspace. Third, we need to stay united and work together for shared governance. Unity and cooperation is the effective way for digital governance. Practices have proved that anyone attempting to form exclusive blocks will only impede digital governance. To improve digital governance, we must uphold multilateral participation and multi-party participation so as to foster an enabling environment for digital economic development. We should leverage the role of the United Nations as the main channel in international cyberspace governance and give play to the role of government, international organizations, internet companies, technical communities, social organizations, and individual citizens to jointly study and formulate norms for cyberspace governance that reflect the interests and concerns of all parties in a more balanced way, making the governance system more just and equitable. Ladies and gentlemen, IGF is the important platform under the United Nations. We are willing to join hands with all parties on the basis of mutual respect and trust to solve difficult issues, strengthen areas of weakness, and improve rules of governance concerning digital governance, constantly developing governance landscape featuring multilateral participation and multi-party participation, and jointly build a community with a shared future in cyberspace. Thank you for your attention, and I wish the forum a full success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Qi, for the relevant approach of China. Next, we have Mr. Xuanxin Zhang, Vice President of Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies, to deliver the speech.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. On behalf of the Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies, I would like to extend warm congratulations on the holding of the Open Forum of Internet Governance Forum, and a sincere welcome to all the guests. At present, the innovation of the Internet, big data, cloud computing, AI, and other digital technologies are accelerating, the intelligent industry and the digital economy are booming. All these have greatly changed the global allocation of the factors and resources, industrial development models, and people's lifestyles. At the same time, the digital divide is becoming more and more pronounced. Cybersecurity and data security risks are increasingly penetrating, and the global digital governance is still facing problems such as unbalanced foundation, imperfect system, and fragmented rules. In this context, it is of great significance for us to explore ways to strengthen digital governance and international cooperation. It is a shared aspiration of all countries to build and maintain a peaceful, secure, open, cooperative, and orderly cyberspace. Building a community with a shared future in cyberspace has increasingly become the broader consensus of the international community. Now, from the perspective of our think tank, I would like to share with you some observations and reflections on how to promote capacity building and international cooperation on digital governance. First of all, seize the opportunity in the digital era to unleash the potential of digital productivity. Nowadays, the trend digitalization has brought historical development opportunities, but it is also accompanied by risks and challenges. Digital technology governance, data governance, and digital platform governance have become important topics. Think tank should actively carry out research to explore how to adapt to the development trend in the digital area. Reserve space for technical innovation and development on the premise of ensure security, optimize the digital development environment so as to further tap the potential of the digital technology in facilitating to achieve the sustainable development goals and enable people around the world to share the fruits of digital development. Second, enhance mutual trust through dialogues and exchanges to prevent digital security risks. At present, global security threats are becoming increasingly permanent. The rapid development of new technologies and applications has brought new risks. The importance and urgency of building a solid bottom line and regulating development has become more permanent. In the face of these new issues and challenges, think tanks should play a bridging role in strengthening dialogues, exchange, research, and discussion, so as to enhance strategic mutual trust in cyberspace. Think tanks should innovate to build platforms for cross-disciplinary, cross-field, and cross-national exchange and cooperation, and actively offer advice and suggestion for preventing digital security risks and improving the system of digital governance rules. Third, guide multiple parties to actively participate in building a sound digital governance ecosystem. A sound digital governance ecosystem is the basic guarantee for promoting the digital innovation and development. Facing the rapid iteration of digital technologies and complex issues in digital governance, we need to adhere to natural and multi-party participation. The parties in digital governance include government, international organization, enterprise, social organization, etc. All parties should play their respective role, cooperate with each other, and strengthen exchanges. Think tanks should be open-minded with a strong sense of responsibility and should, through dialogue, communication, joint research, and other means, build consensus, resolve misunderstanding, and differences, and jointly contribute to the building of the global digital governance ecosystem. Last but not least, promote cooperation on digital governance to improve the global digital governance system. Promoting openness and cooperation is an important principle for building a community with a shared future in cyberspace. Think tanks should promote win-win cooperation and contribute wisdom to the development of the digital technology and the formulation of the governance rules. We're much willing to cooperate with research institutions, universities, think tanks, enterprises, and international organizations from all countries in the field of the internet, jointly study digital development and governance issues, and jointly contribute to the development of the internet. Chinese President Xi Jinping called on the international community faced with the opportunities and challenges brought by digitalization to jointly build a cyberspace that is fairer and more equitable, more open and inclusive, safer and more stable, and more vibrant. Let us work together to find solutions to the challenge of the digital governance, promote the building of the closer community with a shared future in cyberspace, and jointly create a better future for mankind. Finally, I wish this forum is a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your wonderful speech. Next, let's have the second session of special guest speech. Welcome Mr. Ren Xianliang, the Secretary General of World Internet Conference and the President of China Federation of Internet Societies, to express his insights. Please.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，当前世界百年未有之大变局加速演进，数字化、网络化、智能化加速发展，人类的生产生活方式和社会治理方式正在发生着深刻的变化。
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the world today is undergoing major changes unseen in a century. The pace of digitization, networking, and intelligence is accelerating. The way we produce, live, and govern is also undergoing profound changes. Driven by digital technology, the digital transformation of traditional industries is accelerating. The cross-border data flows are growing exponentially, and the digital platforms are accelerating their global expansion.
在数字技术的推动下，传统产业数字化的转型不断加速，数据跨境的流动大幅增加，与此同数字平台加快全球布局，数字治理的重要性日益增强。与此同时，单边主义、保护主义持续抬头，全球数字治理迟滞不断加剧，各国数字治理的能力发展不平衡日益显著，数字治理的模式的竞争愈发凸显。
Digital governance has become an increasingly important global issue. At the same time, unilateralism and protectionism are on the rise. The global digital governance deficit is widening. The uneven development of digital governance capabilities among countries is becoming more evident.
世界互联网大会以推动携手构建网络空间命运共同体为己任，坚持共商共建共享理念，积极探索构建政府、企业、学界、行业组织等多方参与的良好数字治理生态。
With the goal of jointly building community with a shared future in cyberspace, the WIC will adhere to the concept of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, and actively explore ways to create a digital governance ecosystem with the participation of government departments, enterprises, academia, and industry organizations.
为推动构建数字治理的责任与利益共同体，让数字技术更好地造福人类，我愿提出3点建议。
In order to build a community of shared responsibilities and common interests in the field of digital governance and make digital technology deliver greater benefits to mankind, I'd like to propose the following.
数字治理应更加精准高效。数字技术为解决各类治理难题提供了新思路、新方法、新手段。
First, digital governance should be more precise and efficient. Digital technology provides new ideas, methods, and means to solve governance problems.
应持续释放数字技术的正面效应，同时用技术治理好技术，不断提升基于数字化手段进行高效治理的能力。
We should leverage the positive side of the digital technology while using technology to govern technology and constantly improve the ability of efficient governance based on digital means.
世界互联网大会多年来围绕前沿技术举办分论坛，开展领先科技成果发布、实践案例展示、博览会、比赛等活动，就是要为促进互联网领域前沿的科技在国家治理方面的转化应用提供良好的平台。
Over the years, the WIC has organized various events around cutting-edge technologies, including forums, release of leading scientific and technological achievements, presentation of practice cases, exhibitions, and competitions to provide enabling platform to promote the commercialization and application of cutting-edge internet technologies in national governance.
数字治理应更加包容普惠。全球仍有30亿人没有接入互联网，妇女、老人和农村人口在其中占比较大。
Second, digital governance should be more inclusive. There are still 3 billion people in the world who are unconnected, a large proportion of whom are women, elderly, and rural population.
数字治理应避免进一步扩大数字鸿沟，不能让弱势群体进一步被边缘化。
Digital governance should avoid further widening the digital divide and prevent vulnerable groups from being further marginalized.
世界互联网大会愿意各方携手努力，共同实现联合国确保到2030年人人拥有安全、负担得起的互联网接入的目标。
The WIC stands ready to make concerted efforts with all parties to achieve UN targets for the universal connectivity. Every person should have safe and affordable access to the internet by 2030.
数字治理应坚持合作共赢。
Third, digital governance should adhere to women cooperation.
团结就是力量，分裂没有出路。面对各种风险挑战，我们应该同舟共济，共担数字时代的责任。
Unity is strength, division is weakness. In the face of risks and challenges, we should stay in the same boat and share responsibilities in the digital age.
应以对话协商解决跨境数据流动、平台治理、人工智能、网络安全等问题。
We should engage in dialogues and exchanges to address issues such as cross-border data flows, platform governance, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity.
世界互联网大会将竭力搭建好桥梁纽带，推动开展更加紧密、务实的全球数字治理合作。
The WIC will do our best to build bridges to promote closer and pragmatic global cooperation on digital governance.
女士们、先生们，世界互联网大会每年在中国的浙江举办乌镇峰会。
Ladies and gentlemen, every year the WIC will host the Wuzhen Summit in Zhejiang, China.
今年是峰会的第10年，将于11月8日至10日举行。
This year marks the 10th year of the Wuzhen Summit, which will take place from November 8th to 10th.
借此机会，我愿意邀请在座的各位共济 美丽的中国江南水乡，加强对话交流，深化务实合作，共创美好的数字未来。
I'd like to take this opportunity to invite you all to attend Wuzhen Summit in the beautiful water town of Wuzhen to strengthen dialogues and exchanges, deepen pragmatic cooperation, and build a better digital future together. Thank you.
谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Ren, for the important words. Now let's start the third session of keynote speech. We have consulted different experts and scholars and various institutions in advance to determine these two topics. Please remind you that each speaker can have 6 minutes. Let's move on to the first topic, the impacts of internet innovation on digital governance. First of all, let me introduce the father of internet in Japan, Professor Juni Murai of Keio University. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and it's an honor to be here to discuss with you about the subject. And also, I'd like to welcome to Kyoto, Japan, on behalf of the Japanese side of the host. And also, I'd like to mention that I'm a frequent Wuzhen Summit participant, and then I've been missing to visit there during the COVID-19, but unfortunately, I have a conflict schedule. So in that sense, then it's very nice to be here to talk with you. The subject about this one, about the impact on the internet innovation in the digital governance, then I'd like to mention the 3 points from my experience of the long-term participants of the development of the internet. The first one is Ms. Chi was mentioned about the kind of user, human being-based governance type of thinking. Remember, when we started developing the internet, then it's always started from the supply side of the internet services, right? So, that's been very successfully done for the first 2 decades or something of the internet. But now, internet is outreaching to most of the people and most of the region and most of the industries. Therefore, it's always important to view from the user side, and then find out the issues and sharing the issue with the governance leaders, and then the users and the industries and the commercial entities. So that's a big change after the 2 or 3 decades of development of the internet. So the user point of view, that's the first point I'd like to mention. The second point I'd like to mention is architectural advancement about the technology. So the internet started, of course, with a kind of IP and the digital packet switching network, but then introducing the web, and then in the cloud and the social network and IoT with the sensor information to be exchanged over the internet, and then the AI with a lot of data generated from mainly from a social network, but also from the sensors and the digital image data and etc. So those advancement, rapid advancement actually of the technology is creating the very much a complex requirement to the governance of the internet as well. And one of the issue I see these days is that the policy leaders to understand those technological architecture getting harder and harder. So that's a very natural thing, right? Because the technology architecture getting very much complex, and advanced way. So what's going to be the solution then? It's really all the stakeholders working together and listening to each other, and there should be the place to discuss about what is a new technology, what is the impact, and from the different standpoint to discuss. That's probably one of the way to be described the multi-stakeholder approach as well. And then global discussion is going to be also very important because the technology is going to be different in various parts of the world. And so I see the photonic network type of a thing. Quantum computation is going to be one. And also the non-terrestrial, the space infrastructure type of a discussion really happening in this year. And so those are the new area to discuss globally about the future of the internet governance as well. And so the third point is about the cybersecurity thing. So the advancement of those leading technologies and the changing the technology, but the good technology can be used in a proper way of use. But there's always abusers of the new convenience technology, right? That's very natural in a sense. And so the cybersecurity approach is jointly working toward the abuse of the new technology as well. So it's also a very important point that the abuse, working together against the abusers, right? That's the cybersecurity, very natural. But also the working together for the proper use and the ethical use of the technology together. It's going to be very important way about thinking about the governance for the innovation and the future together. So those are the 3 points I wanted to mention regarding these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Murai, for your wonderful sharing. Now, I give the floor to Veni Valkovsky, Vice President for UN Engagement from ICANN, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers for putting this session together. We are hearing a lot about, what's happening around the world in the field of internet innovations and digital governance, and of course, one of the fundamental principles of the internet since its inception was the way it was developed and the way the decisions have been taken to shape the internet trajectory have resulted from a multi-stakeholder approach of collaborative and bottom-up consensus-based decision-making as opposed to other types of governance. We are at the Internet Governance Forum, which was created after the World Summit on the Information Society in 2005. And those of us who have been there, I'm one of them, we remember that in the beginning of this whole process, people were thinking that the multi-stakeholder model or internet governance is only about ICANN. 20 years later, we see that almost no one is talking anymore about ICANN because there are so many different applications and services that are on the internet that people don't even know that we exist. And I say that's a good thing because that means we are doing a good job. Because if the internet is not working and it's ICANN's fault, everybody will know about us. But the reality is that all these innovations became possible because exactly of the open architecture, open standards, open way of developing the internet. We have seen, I can give an example with one of the services that have been kind of developed in the test bed for the last 20 years, ENUM, E-N-U-M. Nobody has heard about it, by the way, which is not a surprise because it's been tested for the last 20 years and nothing happened. but everything else that relates to domain names, IP addresses, protocol parameters that actually is functioning and is being used widely has proven to be working. So this model that was built in the beginning has turned out to be actually a successful one, even though people like Vince Cerf, who is at the IGF and has been speaking and will continue to speak in the next couple of days, never imagined that the internet will become what it is. And that's why some of the architecture may not be necessarily reflecting the growth of the internet. However, companies, innovators, people around the world has shown that there is always a way to create something that will use the infrastructure, that will use the TCP IP, and will make possible new services. I mean, I come originally from Bulgaria, so I can share the fact that it used to be a very poor country following the communism. And our internet users didn't have money to pay for high speed at high prices, unlike the people in the Western countries. So we created different ways of providing the internet services, which were low price, high speed, and this was going against everything that you have read in the manuals of how to provide internet services. But going back to the issue and the topic, you know, which is the impact of internet innovation on digital governance, there is also one other important point, which is there is a trend where digital governance is used interchangeably with internet governance, and including at the UN, where I spent most of my time talking to diplomats and UN officials. There is a lack of understanding that these are two different issues. So internet governance and digital governance are not the same. Although sometimes you may see them confused by member states or people who are not familiar with that. And I think it's important to know that there is a difference between those two, because that will reflect in the possible approaches of issues dealing with innovation. So digital governance is usually, this refers to approaches necessary to mitigate the use and risk of technologies, applications, services, things like artificial intelligence. And these are usually technologies that are typically distinct from the internet. So because of the focus because of its focus on specific issues affecting everyday online users' habits, for example, broader than the internet or its technical layer alone, digital governance is comparable to public health challenges. So we are trying to make a difference between those, and we're raising awareness at the UN level and other places where we speak, because we believe that it's important for the users and the policymakers and the technical community, and also, you know, civil society, businesses, etc., all the stakeholders who are engaged in the IGF and in the development of the internet, to know that actually there is a big difference between internet governance and digital governance, and we shouldn't confuse them. The internet governance has shown that the multi-stakeholder approach is working. Whenever there is an issue that needs to be addressed, it has been addressed with, I mean, sometimes it takes more time than people would really want to, but there hasn't been a problem that has been developed on the internet that was not solved using the multi-stakeholder approach. And therefore, we are big proponents not only of the Internet Governance Forum, obviously ICANN is very supportive. We do participate wherever we are invited, which goes into our mission, because we can't really go and discuss issues that are not related to the technical underpinnings of the internet. But when there are issues touching on those, on ICANN's mission, we are happy to participate and to provide technical, neutral information about how the internet functions and what we do. And we have found times and again, through the last, I would say, 10 or so years after the WSIS Plus 10 review, which was in 2015 at the United Nations, that the more we talk to every stakeholder, the better it becomes, because there is more knowledge that we share and more facts. And then people take decisions based on those facts, not based on their opinions about how the internet is functioning or should be functioning. So I would finish with that, I'm happy that we have also among us, and he will speak in a little bit, Wolfgang Kleinwachter, who is one of the pioneers of the internet governance model. And if I'm not mistaken, you are also a member of the WIGIC, Wolfgang. Yes, the working group on internet governance, which actually defined what internet governance is. So maybe at some point there will be a need for another working group to define what digital governance is, so that there is no confusion between those two. Thank you.
Thanks to Mr. Markowski for the interesting insights. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Xu Peixi, Professor and Director from Global Internet Studies Center in Communication University of China, to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my topic is global digital governance, moving into the direction of global commons or to the direction of digital fragmentation. So there is a question mark here. So it is somehow beyond the internet governance, but it's similar somehow to cyber security governance. So I treated cyber security governance and digital governance in a rather similar way. My idea is that after being blessed by the internet and the associated innovations for decades, two basic directions of global digital governance can be observed, identified. I treated in a very simple way. So the first direction is rather, I treated rather positively. It's rather bright, and it can be called a direction or approach towards global commons. And the other direction is a rather negative one. It is a direction towards digital fragmentation, or a kind of division of the global digital ecosystems. And this is a rather simplified way of making distinctions. And I introduced the first direction, the direction towards digital commons. So in spite of the fact, as I observed, that the international community, it's very difficult for the international community to replicate or repeat the successes in climate change, and to repeat the success in nuclear weapons and the success in the governance also of the sea. In spite of the failure, for example, to reach a binding treaty in cyber governance and digital governance, due to different reasons, that the digital issues can be so complicated, it can be so comprehensive, it can be so multidimensional, and it can be so interwoven. In spite of the failures to have such a treaty, or in Wolfgang's words, to have a Kyoto Protocol, perhaps, in the cyber area, if we consider where this conversation happens. So in spite of this, there have been many positive efforts, initiatives that are rather prominent. They are from states, they are from enterprises, they are also from the internet pioneers. For example, if we move beyond the ICANN model, I think, represented by the multi-stakeholder approach, can be said to be something towards global commons, which is very successful and intriguing. In addition to that, in 2014, Brazil, where Luca is from, has this Net Mundial initiative. And also 2017, Microsoft has this Digital Geneva Convention, though Microsoft now didn't talk about this much after it was proposed in 2017. But it is a very brave attempt or effort. And 2018, I think the French President Macron proposed the Paris Call for Trust and Security. And 2019, the Global Convention on Stability of Cyberspace put forward these 8 norms. And same year, Internet pioneer Tim Lee launched a contract for the web. And 2020, China put forward a global initiative on data security. And ongoing now at the United Nations, these discussions around the global digital compact. So these initiatives and efforts are designed both for the like-minded countries or stakeholders and the not like-minded stakeholders. So it is rather inclusive. It is meant for inclusion, not for exclusion. So it is intended for finding solutions. In this sense, I think these are the initiatives that are moving towards the direction of global commons. However, there are some other negative trends that can be described as a direction towards digital fragmentation and division. And some leading states are intervening very heavily with the digital domain and creating tensions and divisions in terms of, for example, telecommunications service providers, in terms of applications, in terms of application stores, in terms of undersea cable constructions, and in terms of cloud services, mobile phone operation systems, and also in terms of 5G, supply chain of chips, and in terms of where tech companies can be listed on the market, and most recently in terms of the capital flow about new technologies. So these are the rather negative trends as I have observed. Therefore, I believe now is a very critical moment to find measures to avoid such a digital fragmentation and to avoid the digital divisions by having new innovative approaches of global digital governance. I think our Secretary General of WIC, Mr. Ren, talked about these new measures in this aspect. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Xu, for your relevant remarks. Let's move on to the second topic, the approach of digital governance capacity building and international cooperation. First of all, let us welcome Professor Wolfgang Kleinwachter, professor from the University of Aarhus, for the speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, 25 years ago, the internet was seen as a technical problem with some political implications. But today, the internet is a political problem with a technical component. This is a big difference. 25 years ago, when the World Summit started its deliberations, so I had the honor to work with Madame Hu, the president of the Internet of Society of China, in the working group on internet governance, as Svenny has said. And our task was to define what internet governance is, because a lot of people had different ideas what it is. And when we had the first meeting with Kofi Annan, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations in 2003. So he argued that the internet is a technology innovation, a technical innovation. But what we need now are policy innovations. So that means you cannot handle, treat, govern the internet as any other thing. So that's a technical innovation, and we have to innovate policy making. And all the debates in the working group on internet governance, which led to the Tunis agenda in 2005, were driven by how we can innovate policy making. And the result is the multi-stakeholder approach. Because the argument was the internet is too big, it cannot be managed by one group alone. That's not a question of leadership, who leads it, but the internet needs collaboration from all sides. So, and I think this is really was the starting point for what we see now penetrates a lot of areas which are related to the internet. So there is no definition exactly what the multi-stakeholder approach is. So different people have different ideas, but the basic concept behind this is you have to involve the affected and concerned people in policy development. So the three elements of the definition was, number one, multi-stakeholder. Number two, it has to be based on shared principles, norms, and decision-making procedures. What Madam Xi has said, you know, shared responsibility. So the concept of sharing was the second key element. And the third element is also important because we differentiated between the evolution of the internet and the use of the internet. So when Vinny talked about the internet governance and digital governance, so I would disagree because this is really, you know, fighting with words or playing with words. So the understanding of the two terms, evolution and use of the internet, reflects that the internet is a layered system. So, and of different layers, you can have different governance. More round layer, we have this one world, one internet concept. So we are using all the same protocols, you know, the DNS, the TCP/IP protocol, the IP address system, BGP, HTTPS, and this enables that everybody can communicate with everybody. So this is what Jan said, you know, the people-centered approach so that everybody can enjoy this right to communicate. So on the application layer, so that's different. So this is the use of the internet. And here we have the reality that we have one world, but 193 different national jurisdictions. So, and the two layers are interlinked. But, you know, the visionaries of the internet in the 90s had probably the idea that the one world, one internet will go also to the application layer. So, but this is certainly unrealistic because we have 193 sovereign states, which have their own national policy. The risk, what I see now, is that probably some governments say we could bring the 193 jurisdiction also to the ground layer, and this would be the internet fragmentation. Because so far the internet is not fragmented. The internet works thanks to ICANN, and when he said it's good that nobody may any more questions ICANN, so because they are doing the job, you know, whether it was a pandemic or a war or other crisis, so people could send emails, they could go to websites, and this is like the air we need in our environment. Internet is like air. There is no Chinese air, there is no American air, there is no Russian air or German air. So we have polluted air or clean air. So, and what we have to do in the community is to keep the internet air clean. So, and to keep out, to avoid pollution. And insofar, I think the Global Digital Compact, which is now, as Patrick has outlined, you know, the most relevant political initiative on the table, would be a good opportunity to bring the different groups together and to find a global consensus for the next 10 years. So there will never be a solution forever. So Bill Clinton, the former president of the United States, had once argued internet governance is like stumbling forward. So I thought, so we are moving, you know, from one step to the next step to the next step. But as long as it's forward, and as long everybody is included, and it's based on what you have said, you're people-centered, human rights-centered, and you know, based on a secure internet, and which is open for all, inclusive, then we are in the right direction. And so we have differences in the world. We live in a multipolar world. We know that others are different, but we have to learn to accept this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Klein-Wachter, for this wonderful sharing. Now, let's welcome the speech of Mr. Luca Belli, Director of CyberBRICS from Brazil, please.
Thank you very much. And I would first would like to start thanking the organizers for having put together this excellent session. Very interesting speeches so far. I would like to contribute a little bit with some ideas that we have developed over the past years within the CyberBRICS project, which is a specific research project we have at the Center for Technology and Society at FGV Law School that I direct. And the ideas that we have been developed over the past 5 years of mapping are precisely trying to understand to what extent this grouping that over the past weeks has gained, again, a lot of prominence due to the expansion, to what extent this grouping has been discussing, sharing good practices and information about digital policies and internet governance over the past years. So I'm bringing some of the elements here of the research that we have been conducting. First of all, for those who do not know, FGV is a very relevant academic institution in Brazil. It's currently the third most relevant think tank in the world, out of more than 11,000. The CyberBRICS project and all the information we're going to share are all available in open access, including the recording of many interesting lectures and events on this website, cyberbricks.info. And this is the team. I think I'm particularly proud of this because it's not only the only research project dedicated to BRICS, to mapping BRICS digital policies in the world. It's also the only one that does it with people from the BRICS. So we have a very good project with 65% of the project members that are female. So it's also quite a relevant gender balance dimension. It's a very heterogeneous community. So although we are housed in a law school, not everyone is a lawyer. We have also economists, data scientists, sociologists, etc. The three main pillars of the project are first, analyzing the existing policies, second, identifying good practices, and ideally propose effective solutions so that this grouping could foster joint understanding of shared challenges. Some of the research products we elaborate look like this. This is a mapping of all data protection frameworks in the BRICS. We develop this kind of tools. We also develop, of course, classic research outputs like this book, where we have mapped the cybersecurity regulations of the BRICS countries. An interesting part of this book, in the introduction of the book and also in other papers, we stress that actually when you start analyzing digital policies in the BRICS, you end up understanding that it's a very telling example of enhanced cooperation. So Professor Wolfgang was mentioning that the IGF is a result of the WSIS, and another result of WSIS was the creation of this process of enhanced cooperation that unfortunately has never been put into practice by the UN for lack of consensus on what it is, but the BRICS offer a very good example of how this could look in practice. The fact that they have, since 2014, for instance, created a working group on the security of ICTs to share best practices and information on how they approach the cybersecurity. They even define joint commitments, for instance, to advocate for global norms on cybersecurity and data protection. There are other initiatives. These have an explicit commitment from the declaration of the ICT ministers, where they explicitly commit to cooperate, to enhance cooperation in digital governance. Then there are concrete initiatives like the BRICS framework on consumer protection in e-commerce, the BRICS initiative on enhancing cooperation in the supply chain. So there are very good elements that we can assess as successful enhanced cooperation in the grouping. This is also an interesting article we published last year that will also be the introduction of our upcoming book on data architectures in the BRICS, where we explicitly map the frameworks, the BRICS framework of data governance, and to what extent they are already quite compatible, actually. And so what we demonstrate is that there is already a shared principle base of data protection principles in all the frameworks, very similar sets of rights and obligations, and also that each of the BRICS has created its own system to define to what extent data can be exported or transferred. They all want to transfer data, but they want to do it securely and to retain some sort of digital sovereignty on them. And that is also another work stream on which we have an upcoming book on digital sovereignty in the BRICS that demonstrates there are a lot of different nuances of this concept, and very different from what we could have in the Western countries usually in terms of thinking. To conclude, this is a preview of what will be the next phase of the project that will be dedicated to mapping AI supply chain and interoperability frameworks in the BRICS. This actually was published in the a very good book that was really prepared by the Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies and launched this year. Well, published first last year and launched this year. My colleagues told me that I've just received the hard copies in my office in Rio this morning. To the final thought that I want to share, that I believe that if we want to work together for a community with shared future in cyberspace, the first step is to understand which kind of regulatory frameworks, approaches, governance mechanism we already have. And so our small contribution to this effort is precisely to start to map and understand how these enhanced cooperation processes already work and to what extent they could be replicated and even scaled. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey, for the relevant story of CyberBRICS. Now, let's welcome Ms. Dai Lina, Deputy Director of the Journalism Institute of Shanghai Academy of Social Science. Please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to give a short speech in this panel. Since yesterday, there has been a lot of discussion about artificial intelligence. Today, I would like to see a little more about international cooperation on AI governance. In recent years, both nation-states, non-nation state actors, and international organizations have all paid great attention to the issue of AI governance and have committed to take action. A unified system of governance rules and a global level governance mechanism have yet to be found. It is important to be aware of two concerning trends in international AI governance. One is that there is a growing trend of fragmentation in the development of AI governance rules. The competition among big countries have led to a further deficit in national mutual trust, and the ideas of unilateralism, statism, and protectionism have led a profound impact on the formulation of AI rules. The other one is that the digital governance divide is widening. There are lots of developing countries being notably absent and voiceless in AI governance. At the same time, some developing countries are coalescing to shape the development ecosystem of AI and exercising dominance in rule setting. Based on the above, there are two critical paths to an effective breakthrough in the current international process of AI governance. Firstly, we should especially promote the establishment of a specialized agency for the governance of AI under the framework of United States. Last but not least, since AI poses different threats to countries with different levels of technology, it is important to strengthen dialogue and cooperation among all countries. We would better to advocate for human-centered and AI for good approach and ensure the safety, reliability, controllability of AI so that we can empower the global sustainable development and enhancing the well-being of all humankind. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Dai. Thank you very much for your kind of contribution. Due to the time limitation, we have to conclude this forum, but we hope to have more in-depth exchanges and discussions also in the future. You are welcome to share your views and stories with us when convenient. Once again, we thank all guests and friends for your wisdom and efforts to contribute to this open forum. We also would like to thank the Secretary of IGF for providing us with an important dialogue platform. The open forum is concluded here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's look forward. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. No, unfortunately not, because I'm on this point. So I thought it's a union of the UNC city. Confirmed, but that will be next year, by the way. By the way, I have heard that the UN conference is now institutionalized. Okay. Okay. And it's like an NGO or an academic institution? Okay. And they have the statute and the leadership and all this. So in this guy is the president?
Yeah, he's
okay. 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 I was there already twice, so that means I know the place. I'm so impressed by the water city, and so I have a chance to walk around the canals, and so I would love to come back, but okay. Thank you very much.
I was thinking we could, I think they told me. So, there's 4 of us? Yeah, here. This is great, yeah, okay. Give me your money. I'm gonna give this to you now, too. What? Can I give you your per diem after? Yeah. I won't forget. I'm like, I hate carrying it around.
Let me see that because I need to charge my iPad.
Okay.
Like the whole day. I was like, well, you didn't think about it before charging my iPad.
I think we're ready. Okay. I have her taking a photo of our panel. Make us look good, Elizabeth.
Yeah, because we're going to launch the Thailand report after this panel next week.
Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, you will receive emails because you need to validate quotes and everything.
Just make me sound good. I trust you.
You're talking about AI.
I'm always forced to talk about AI. Everybody's like,
I'm talking about talent, but you're talking about AI.
I'm like, oh man.
So you know the event, the party?
Yes,
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So it's Access Now and Wikimedia together.
I can't wait. This is down like more toward our hotel. We're like further down.
Where is it?
This like
It's far. Co-hosted by Wikimedia.
Oh, how are you, Olga?
I'm fine, but sleepy by now. I was telling my colleagues that my mind is not operating by now.
Mine isn't either.
So So I said, if I say something not very smart.
It's all right. I'm sure you'll be great. How's your dog? More importantly.
You know, we only have 2-3 minutes per question, so
Take your time.
just
No,
go to
no,
the
no.
point.
You can get, you can. Listen, guys, we have a full hour, and I was like, I don't know if I have enough questions for a whole hour. So what? Yes, we should. Yeah.
No, I think with your questions, it depends.
Do you think they're
where we
okay?
put- Yes, they are good.
Oh, great. That's
And
perfect.
Olga, you start.
Guys, I hope. Always good to get people into the day.
Yeah, it's the end of the day, so
Oops. I'm like, nobody comes. We can just hang out.
Where are you based, Olga?
in Poland. And you?
In Bangkok. Every time I say Bangkok, sure, like, oh, like, wow.
Bangkok's fun. We had a lot of
You
fun
have
when
no
we were
idea
there.
in terms of internet freedom there.
No, that is not good. Hey. Hi.
No, I had trouble finding the room.
Yeah? This is Emily.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Gus.
Nice meeting
Nice
you.
meeting you.
Olga.
Hey, Olga. Hi, Gus. Nice meeting you.
How's your day?
Well, you know, ups
Yeah,
and downs.
ups and downs. That's the truth. We were. I need people to sit up here.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
They sit around everywhere.
I know. Should we? I feel like we should. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sit with our backs towards them.
Because we're online too, so I don't know where that. Yeah. Yeah. Do you all want to come sit up here around the table so our backs aren't to you? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up. We love to look at faces. Yeah. We're a small group. Okay. Oh, hello. Look at you guys. You get to sit at the table. We got the whole crew. Come on in. I'm gonna give it a few minutes.
It's the end of the day.
It is. This is what I was worried about with the time slot.
So I will first reply to your first question, and right away you will follow up with AI, right?
If you would like me to, whatever you want.
Can ask both of them together.
Oh my God.
Do you have like energy there? Electricity?
Yes, we do.
We do. Oh, that's a legit camera.
So we have participants online, but they are not.
We do,
If
but
I
they
put
can't
yours,
ask
I cannot
questions.
put mine.
Okay.
How many percentage do you
Hello.
have?
Come on in. Huh?
33.
Okay, I have 64. 55. So
I'll
I'll let
give
you.
you
I'll let you.
I'll give you a notice when we are.
I'm gonna give it a few more minutes because. Is that all right? All right.
No, of course.
I don't know what.
No rush.
Olga, help me. Does this work?
Huh?
She rocks. She's the coolest. I know, and you're amazing.
Yes, please come around us.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yes, come on up. Come on up. All right. Hello. This is not on. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good. I guess it's the evening right now. 5:45. It counts in my mind. I'm going to give it another minute or so. I know some other sessions are letting out, and then we'll just get started. Thanks for joining us.
Change the color of your hair.
I did.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, thank you. I got bored.
Especially for autumn season.
That's what I thought. It's like, yeah. I know. It was really weird at first because I've been blonde my entire life. Come on up. We're asking if you'd like to join up here.
We have to leave in like 20 minutes. It's more flexible.
We got you. We'll take what we can get. All right.
And are you getting any break after the launch and the IGF?
We've got like a whole bunch of plans. So we're going over to Europe. We're going to Brussels and The Hague. We're going to do an event in both of those.
No, thank you.
After this, yeah, I'm going to go home for a couple days and then And I'm taking a few days off there. My husband's gonna come with me. So we're gonna have like that'll be nice. He has to stay at home. I've never flown with him.
He's big, right?
Yeah, he's like 45 pounds.
Yeah, I think that's because I thought you to take him because we put him with the luggage. I don't know.
Does your dog go a lot?
No, he goes in the cabin, but still he's so much stressed and I can only imagine also because
I think I'd be way too stressed out to have him down there. You know? Yeah. Okay, let's get going.
So he's your diplomat in Thailand. Oh, yeah. And they cover Thailand and Cambodia. Because we're going to be working together on a project on that.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
My isn't working, but I'm happy to answer any question.
I feel like you're having so many tech notes problems. You ready, Olga? All right. Okay, this is off again. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Thanks everyone for joining us. My name is Allie Funk. I'm Freedom House's Research Director for Technology and Democracy. We're really excited to host this conversation amongst three really brilliant folks that have taught me a lot about this field. What we're gonna do today is I will give a very quick overview of Freedom on the Net and explain what that report even is. Then we'll dive into an interesting conversation with these folks up here about internet freedom, how it's changed over the past decade, where we're going. And then I'll open it up to y'all. We're a small group, so I hope we can get nitty gritty in the issue area. So first, let me just have you all introduce yourself. Olga, why don't we start with you?
Hi everyone, my name is Olga Grylyuk. I work as a technical advisor on internet governance and digital rights at Internews.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily Palami-Praditit. I'm the founder and executive director of the Manu Shaya Foundation. We are a feminist human rights organization based in Thailand, working mainly in Laos and Thailand. And we work at the intersection of digital rights, corporate accountability, and access to justice for local communities.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guus van Zwol. I work with the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs on digital human rights.
Thanks, gang. So what is Freedom on the Net? It is Freedom House's annual assessment of internet freedom in 70 countries around the world. We look at how easily can folks access the internet, what does the internet look like in their countries, and are their rights protected or violated by the state, by non-state actors, by companies. Just last week, we launched the 2023 edition of the report, the 13th version of it, and just going to give you some of the top findings. If you want to read the full report, which I would urge you to do, we have some fun graphics. We have country reports written by these great folks up here at freedomhouse.org, but some just quick key findings that I think will ground our conversation today about where we are in the internet freedom space. 2023. 13th consecutive year of decline for internet freedom. Hopefully next year I'll have the first year of improvement in internet freedom. Doesn't seem like it, but you know, girl can hope. Attacks on free expression grew more common around the world. Like I said, we've been doing this for 13 years, and each year we have another record high of governments assaulting the fundamental right to free expression. So in at least 55 of our 70 countries we covered, people were arrested for simply expressing themselves. We had a record high of 41 governments in which their regulators blocked websites hosting political, social, and religious speech. And this year, what we really zoomed in on is how advances in artificial intelligence are deepening the crisis for internet freedom. So, you know, we looked at 3 different ways that's happening. AI is driving intrusive surveillance, empowering censorship, and also contributing to disinformation campaigns. So the 2 specific deep dives we did is first about how the affordability and accessibility of generative AI technology is lowering the barrier of entry for disinformation, for the disinformation market. So we found that generative AI tech was used in 16 different countries to distort information on political or social issues, often during times of crisis like elections, protests, and other, conflict areas. And then second, we looked at how automated systems are enabling governments to conduct more precise and subtle censorship. So we found in at least 22 countries, governments are requiring companies to deploy automated systems to censor speech protected under international human rights standards. So we some of the call to action that will drive our conversation today is because of the ways that AI is augmenting digital repression, we call for the urgent need to regulate it. And we think the lessons learned over the past decade or 15 years of internet governance debates really provide a roadmap on how to regulate AI. So first, we need to not overly rely on companies. I think we, at the beginning of the Internet Freedom Project, had a big hope of, the internet's gonna be this liberating technology, gonna protect democracy, we don't need to regulate it. Boy, were we proven wrong, so we should be careful and not leave it all up to the private sector. Second, we've learned a lot about what good governance actually looks like from the government. So centering human rights standard, increasing transparency over the design, use, and impact of these systems. And then finally, the lesson learned that I don't think has been learned enough of civil society around the world really needed to be involved in this process. And right now, in the race to regulate AI, civil society is really being left out, particularly those from the global majority. So we close our report. We think that if AI is designed and deployed safely and fairly, it can actually be used to bolster internet freedom. And there's a lot of different efforts around the world, AI helping people evade government censorship, being used to detect disinformation and document human rights abuses. But we also note that, as we pay attention more to AI, we have to be really careful not to lose momentum on internet freedom issues more broadly. So reversing internet freedom decline really requires regulating AI, but not forgetting about longstanding threats to free expression, access to information, and privacy. So top line key findings, I will stop talking for a minute. Again, you can go to freedomhouse.org and read the rest. Olga, I want to start with a question for you. You've been working on these issues for quite a long time and wearing a couple different hats. What have you learned about internet freedom over the past decade? What has shifted in this space? And where do you think we are today and where you think we might be going? Lots of questions.
Yeah, couldn't be an easier question. But I think literally probably everything has changed during this last 10 years. And when I was thinking and looking back, 10 years ago is exactly when I was starting to write my PhD thesis, and when I came to my law department, and the topic which I was suggesting was cybersecurity, and that was something everyone was looking at me like, this is something not important, we don't know what it is, just choose something which is common sense for everyone. And then I had to drop that and to look more into like what is this multi-stakeholderism, how this has been developing, and whether at all there is any intersection with the international law. And I think also what has changed is that we had a lot of fascination back 10 years ago, which changed to quite a lot of frustration by now. We were hoping that this multi-stakeholder model and having everyone around the same table would solve a lot of issues for us, and that it would be pretty easy for us to reach a consensus and to find a way how to regulate technology. And we were hoping that at some point probably the legal regulation would be also catching up with the pace how technology is being developed, but still it's 10 years have passed and we don't really see that this catch-up has happened. But also there have been many things evolving in a good perspective. I think what we have definitely observed is that the public awareness of internet freedom has raised, and this is also this is a fair argument to make for every stakeholder, for governments, for private sector, for end users, for civil society. I think everyone now understands the importance of internet freedom and digital rights, because probably 10 years ago this concept did not make much sense for many people. I I believe still sometimes now it is still difficult to explain what is essentially internet freedom as a concept, what it covers, and how we should stand for this. But at the same time, this awareness is growing, and this is important because somehow we reach the point when we understand that this is the values which we should be protecting. At the same time, same as positively the technology is developing, there is a lot of innovation. AI is developing, blockchain is developing, they are bringing new opportunities, but they are also bringing a lot of risks and challenges, for example, to security and safety. And there is always this very slippery borderline. Where do you find this how do you divide essentially the freedom and the security? Because in many cases the governments they tend to go too much into the security, and they tend to limit internet freedom. So that's why on the negative side we also see that there is a lot of development of digital authoritarianism, and it's not only by authoritarian countries, but we can also see it in some shape and form being implemented also by democracies across the world. But let's say 10 years ago, probably we still didn't see that large-scale shutdowns and that much happening across the world. We didn't see that much of content moderation and censorship as it is now. We probably could not imagine that we will have so many problems with regulating private companies and tech giants, and that it would be so difficult to find common ground and to agree on the regulation, because as I said, it was so much hope that this sitting around the same table just will solve the issue. We have also seen that these systems for mass biometric surveillance and facial recognition have developed a lot, and again there are countries which are providing these tools and this technology, and there are countries which are simply using it without sometimes even properly understanding what are the consequences and how this technology can violate human rights, or without putting proper legal safeguards, and then this leads to situations when you just don't have the guarantees in law that you can properly protect your rights. Also, from the positive side, I think it's still good that we still continue collaborating. We still continue talking to each other. We somehow see that probably maybe some models are not working that well. Maybe they need adjustment. I would say we are quite slow to accept these adjustments to this multi-stakeholder convenience, because again, we see that many people are not happy, many people want actions, not simply the discussions, some concrete partnerships, some concrete initiatives coming up from these conversations, which is not happening. And I don't think this is a fair point to say, okay, this was created as a forum for discussion, because if everything around us is evolving, technology is evolving, legal landscape is evolving, so we can't just say that we want to keep discussing this thing if we really can make a difference and can make a change. So many things have changed, and we probably could go into a long conversation about this, but essentially I think the world is becoming even more complicated than it used to be 10 years ago. Probably it's not what we expected, but that's where we are.
We're going to pull on the multi-stakeholder thread in a little bit, and what meaningful stakeholder engagement looks like. I actually didn't know that was your dissertation focus. That's really interesting. But first, I want to touch on the regulatory points you made. I think you're exactly right. It's been, I think that is actually something in the field I'm probably most intrigued by, because I think the trade-offs around regulation are really complex. And Hus, I want to pull you in here because you are European, if folks didn't know, based on the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs title. And the EU specifically has served as a global leader on regulating the internet, sort of providing what we think about as kind of this third way for internet regulation in between the Chinese model and the US laissez-faire traditional approach. And we saw with the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, how it served as a global model for data protection laws after it was enacted in 2018. And we now have the Digital Services Act, for folks who don't know, a really ambitious piece of legislation governing online content and a whole host of other things. And we're also in the negotiation process of the EU AI Act. So I'm curious, you know, this has been sort of talked about as the Brussels effect of how what's happening in the EU is impacting the regulatory state globally. How do you think about the Brussels effect and making sure particularly that the good parts of the regulation get implemented elsewhere, with the sort of challenge that, you know, the same law in a country with really strong rule of law standards being implemented in a country with poor rule of law standards has vastly different human rights impact. So how do you think about that? And what are you all working on?
Well, thank you, Ali. Well, we want to keep the good things, right? That's basically my answer. No, but I mean, no, I mean, it's difficult. I mean, it's like a tightrope that we have to walk. I mean, also listening here last day here at the IGF, it's either two things. We have to fight censorship and we have to fight disinformation. And it's difficult to do both at the same time, right? You have to find a balance between the two. And I mean, as the Netherlands, we are very proud to have these EU laws. We would not be able to regulate big tech on ourselves. I mean, we're happy to do it together with other European countries. And we're also proud that it comes out of a long multi-stakeholder engagement process where we have there have been rounds of input from civil society, from companies. There have been hearings. There have been draft text, yada yada yada, and that has, I think, come up with a pretty solid text that we are really happy about, and we're really looking forward to full implementation early next year. I mean, it has started, but we're building up towards it. And so, I mean, there are two ways in how you can see the Brussels effect, right? So, first of all, when the GDPR was implemented in the European Union, some companies said, well, we're going to implement it for everyone. I mean, it would be just easier to just roll it out over all countries. And the other way is that countries copied the text basically to align themselves into our system, and then it would be easier for them to protect privacy in their systems. And this is something that we're really focusing on also as the Netherlands. Last month we have released the English translation of the Dutch International Cyber Strategy. You can find it on our website, government.nl. And in it, we really state that we are going to propagate the principles of the DSA and the AI Act and the DMA to strengthen this Brussels effect, because we do think that these regulatory frameworks provide the right balance between providing a strong regulatory framework while at the same time providing room for transparency and protecting human rights. And that is, I think, that's the basis. I mean, we've argued long and hard and negotiated to get it also into the DSA. And it is there. References to the the principles on business and human rights are there. There are strong transparency clauses. There's a way on when your comments on Facebook or any other platform are being removed or downgraded, you're able to go into appeal. I mean, there will be a whole process for that, and I think those and that's all in the text. So when that text will be copied, hopefully, those parts will also are already ingrained into the system. And that way we try to promote that way of thinking on these issues to other countries. But also, I mean, when we're going to have bilateral discussions, either as the Netherlands with other countries or as the EU with other countries, we also will urge third countries to not only fully or partly adapt these EU regulations, but also really implement these human rights and democratic clauses that we find so important on this. And this is something that our government is very committed to and will be focusing on for the next few years. And I would also like to thank you and congratulate you with a great report.
Thank you. That was really helpful. Emily, I'm going to come to you because I think, is this Oh yeah, it's still on. Okay, cool. Your organization, Manusha, you all help run the hashtag Stop Digital Dictatorship coalition, which is working to, stop digital dictatorship across Southeast Asia. It's in the name. And I think that, one of the goals of the coalition is to make rights-respecting regulatory frameworks, and I think particularly from the region is very exemplary of how really problematic laws can undermine human rights. So what are you thinking about of what type of regulatory provisions are the most helpful or harmful? How does it relate to AI? If I'm gonna put the buzzword in, the zeitgeist. Tell me what's on your mind on this.
Thank you, Alina. Thank you for organizing this important session. So I'm coming from a region where, according to Freedom of the World, we are among 10 ASEAN countries, six of our countries are under authoritarian regimes, and 4 of them are semi-authoritarian regimes. And most of the time when I tell people I'm coming from Southeast Asia, especially Thailand, people are like, wow, because everybody has this impression that Thailand is such an amazing holiday destination. So I really want to emphasize that, and I urge people to please read the Freedom of the Net report, because if you read the report, you will realize that among the countries from Southeast Asia that are being assessed in the report, many of us are not free. Thailand is not free. Cambodia is not free. Vietnam is not free. Myanmar is not free. Indonesia and the Philippines are partially free. Why? It's because our governments, authoritarian governments, are weaponizing laws. And so there's a proliferation of cyber laws that are targeting dissenting voices and human rights defenders under the name of national security. So in terms of harmful regulation that we have seen growing in Southeast Asia are all the regulations that are meant to protect national security. And anyone who is attacking the government or criticizing, the government is a threat to national security. And so we have a lot of cases of pro-democracy activists in Thailand, in Laos, throughout Southeast Asia that are being jailed for just voicing and for just telling the truth on Facebook, through Facebook posts. We have a human rights lawyer, Arnon, who was just sent in jail a few weeks ago and who is facing 14 charges under the Computer Crime Act and the lèse-majesté law, and who will face up to 210 years in jail just because he's calling for monarchy reforms and they're calling for true democracy. So I think there's a real need for us to look at what are those harmful regulations in Southeast Asia, but also how governments in Southeast Asia are also regulating tech companies. So just, for example, in December 2022 in Thailand, the Thai government passed a decree obliging tech companies to remove content within 24 hours, any content that is against national security. But again, there's no clear definition of what is national security. So everything can become a threat to national security. So for us, what we really want when it comes to good regulation or regulation that we want to see are regulations that obviously are protecting our online freedom, that are in line with international human rights law, that are protecting our privacy, whereas surveillance is not used against us, because in Thailand and Indonesia, we're also facing the Pegasus software that is being misused against activists, against journalists, against politicians. So it's really important for us that we have regulations that are human-centered. And to your question regarding AI, so generative AI can be powerful, right? It can improve our lives, but as we heard this morning, it also has a lot of risks. And in Southeast Asia, we have faced the misuse of AI, especially when it comes to facial recognition, when it comes to surveillance, and also when it comes to bias, especially in terms of language. So if you are from a Southeast Asian country, our language structure in some of our countries is Sanskrit or Pali. So if you're using Facebook, and Facebook is using AI in terms of content moderation to remove content or to block content that is violating the community standards. How can an AI machine can distinguish a word that has in one sound or in one word 5 different meanings, right? So that's why for us it's really important that when we are talking about regulation, we are talking about the need to also regulate tech companies. It's very important for us that we move the discussion from voluntary guidelines. And this morning we heard about the Hiroshima AI process. So if you're an activist on the ground, like I'm a human rights lawyer and I'm working with a lot of activists on the ground, if I'm going back to them saying, I went to IGF and I heard about the Hiroshima AI process, they're going to tell me, oh, new guidelines, new voluntary measures. Where is it going to take us? I think we move to a point where we need real regulations and we need mandatory due diligence. It's not enough nowadays for Meta, for Microsoft, and for other tech companies to tell us that they are conducting human rights impact assessment that are voluntary, and what they are barely doing is just identifying the most salient human rights issues. Then they are engaging us in the stakeholders engagement, and they're presenting to us the most salient human rights issues as if we already didn't know them. You know, we already know the human rights issues, right? So we go through these stakeholders engagement processes where just in that identification of the human rights issues are presented. But there is no prevention, there's no mitigation, and there's no addressing those salient human rights issues. But if companies are serious about implementing the UNGPs, but also the OECD guidelines for multinationals, they should be able to identify, but also prevent and address the impact, but also provide remedy. So a tech company telling us that the appeal mechanism or reaching out to the human rights team is the best remedy offered as of today, it's not enough. You know, there's a real need to legislate the UNGPs into real law. There's a real need for mandatory human rights due diligence and a due diligence that is actually meaningful. So meaningful stakeholders engagement, not just a tick the box exercise. Because I think a lot of us in Southeast Asia are tired of being called into stakeholders engagement call, and we give our input, and that's nothing in terms of follow-up. So meaningful stakeholders engagement, not only with civil society, but also with groups that are directly impacted by the misuse of the platform by governments, by trolls. You know, in Southeast Asia, we are also facing a proliferation of cyber armies from Myanmar, from Laos, from Thailand. Governments are investing in cyber armies, and we are so small compared to them. When we are one or two people, you know, working in a human rights organization on digital rights, it's not enough to fight against a cyber army. So how do we do? And when we turn into tech companies for support, there's nothing they can really do because they are not being regulated. So it's time for tech companies to be effectively regulated through meaningful mandatory human rights due diligence. And we need those mandatory human rights due diligence to come from countries where those tech companies are operating, because then there would be an extraterritorial obligations for those companies to make sure that throughout the supply chain, also the country offices, the UN guiding principles and due diligence will be respected. But we also want responsibility and remedy. So we want civil and criminal liability for those companies as well. For example, what happened in Myanmar and the way that the platform, Facebook platform, has been misused by the government and by other groups to promote hate speech against Rohingya. The fact that nobody is being held into account is not normal. The fact that nobody is being held into account in terms of responsibility and criminal and civil liability is just not normal. So we really need an effective mandatory human rights due diligence that would also include impact human rights assessment for AI, and that would include meaningful stakeholders engagement and criminal and civil liability of the company.
I think this next year with DSA implementation is going to be really interesting to see how those requirements of impact assessments is going to play out. And if you all hadn't seen, there is the recent, I don't know what day it came out, but there's now a new database, thanks to the DSA, where a lot of companies are reporting different content removal or different actions under their terms of service that you can actually go through, which I think will take a very long time because there's a lot in there. Let's go to this question on multi-stakeholder engagement a little bit that you brought up, because I think this is something that we think a lot about, we hear a lot about, you know, what is actually like, what does multi-stakeholder engagement mean? How do you make that meaningful? Hus, I'm going to come back to you. You mentioned your international cyber strategy. In the document, it talks about incorporating more emerging countries in internet governance and lays out the importance of multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. How does the Netherlands plan to promote these objectives, particularly as it relates to inclusivity with civil society, and also in the global majority who are on the front lines of digital repression?
Well, that's an excellent question and a difficult one, and we try to. We do try to answer it also in our strategy. But so so basically we try to do the following thing. We try to connect in our cyber strategy 3 strands of work. We try to connect the work that we do on like traditional cyber diplomacy, cybersecurity, with digital development work, with our human rights work, and as an overarching team is internet governance there, and this is something that we try to that's something that we try to do in those three ways, and we do see it as a kind of, we didn't mention it like that, but I always try to see that either as a three-legged stool, like a milking stool or something, that you can have three legs in order to keep it balanced. You need to have some form of digitalization in order to be digitally connected. You have to have also, as a country, of course, digital security in order to keep that structure safe. But at the same time, you need principles and good governance to also to govern that structure. Otherwise, you're just implementing a censorship and surveillance apparatus, right? So what we do as the government is really try to implement it in all our work. So we try to through our development cooperation work, and we work with that also with our colleagues from the Freedom Online Coalition. We try to work on principles for digitalization, for donors in digitalization, in order to improve the digital rollout and connect the last third of the world that's still unconnected. But at the same time, we do try to get these other principles in place as well. We do try also through the EU Global Gateway, for example, we try to make sure that we are then not only looking only at just getting everyone connected, but also make sure that digital security and then also principles and good governance are part of that equation, and make sure that that through those processes there's a multi-stakeholder approach, that we'll get voices from civil society to be part of that discussions locally. But this is still something that really in its building block, and this is something that we need to need to work on. But it's a clear aim that we set out in our strategy, and we'll have to roll that out for the next few years. But it's not, of course, the only thing we do. We also work with local civil society, through our human rights program. We have a strong program called Voices, Safety for Voices program, where we try to support human rights defenders and civil society organizations on security, both physically, but most as a strong digital component. So all the programs that we run out that are on supporting civil society and human rights defenders have also always this digital component to it. So we do also try to mainstream it in those settings, and then we do that. I mean, that's work done from The Hague, but then also the same principles apply to the work that we do through our embassies. I think that's where we're at.
Great. I'm going to ask one more for Olga and one more for Emily, and then we're going to open it up. Time has snuck up on me. So, Olga, for you, you teased that dissertation. So I'm going to press on that a little bit. And I should also add that the Netherlands is also taking chair of the Freedom Online Coalition next year. The US government is chair now. And for folks who don't know, Freedom Online Coalition, multilateral body of 27 governments now. How many? 38. Where did I get 27? Wow, I am behind. I'm a bad advisory network member. Working to protect internet freedom around the world. So I'm curious, it's a two-pronged question. Actually, I'm going to ask the same to both of you all to hear your input. How can governments themselves, what does meaningful multi-stakeholderism look like to you? How can they make sure that they're listening to the different sectors? But also, what do you think the role of the FOC, a multilateral body of, democratic governments that are really committed to protecting internet freedom, how can they reverse this decline? Do you have any best practices they can adopt? So you can take any of that. That's like 7 questions in one. So I'll let you take it.
This is actually what I also want to know. Maybe also, since we have this opportunity, maybe also Gus can help to clarify that how essentially civil society can get better engaged in FOC, especially because this is also part of my job portfolio. I need to identify this connection point because my team is running the largest internet freedom project. We are covering 5 regions across the world, and we are working with 120 implementing partners from civil society society. So essentially, we have this pool of talent of civil society activists and human rights defenders, and we would like to see what is this entry point, how we can better coordinate, how we can help engage them in your space, and where do you see the value from these people, how they can meaningfully contribute to what you are doing. Because you had this Freedom Online conference, which has not been held for the last few years, which I think was one of the opportunities to get together for different stakeholders to discuss different issues which are important and making trends. But this is not happening anymore. I know there is advisory network, but again, this is an election-based process, which is also happening in some periods. So I would say if there is any opportunity to organize some kind of periodic consultations with the civil society, to choose some thematic issues so that it's not just about everything and about nothing at the same time, but to make it very specific, whether you want to focus on some regulatory issue, whether it is something related to AI. I think we would be only happy to support with that, and essentially we have a huge variety of expertise. I loved how it was done by FOC and the US chairmanship, and this is something that Lisa was also leading, this consultation with civil society on donor principles for human rights in digital age. It was really nice to have everyone in the same room and everyone having essentially truly having the opportunity to express their opinion, and we also have the result of that discussion. So this, I think, something which is very tangible, has practical result. This is something which is missing and which we could do more.
Thank you, Ali. All right, so in terms of the FOC, but there's also Michael in the room, so I'm also looking at you in terms of the Forum on Information and Democracy. Working with member states and the potential that you have to support us in countries where there's no democracy. And since the Netherlands, you will be sharing the FOC next year, I really urge you to help us because our online democracies are under attack and it's not going to change tomorrow. And 2024 is a very important year because there will be a lot of elections throughout the world. So there will be a lot of demand on the FOC. Honestly, the FOC is not accessible and is not known for the majority of the people from the global majority. So I think that's the FOC is accessible for DC groups, right? So online freedom and digital rights groups based in Washington, DC. For us, based in Southeast Asia or in the African continent, we don't know about the FOC and we don't know how you can help us. So I think the best thing that you could do first is to better promote your work so we can better understand how the FOC can actually support us and actually support us in demand of true democracy. We really need statements coming from FOC members that are targeting our authoritarian governments. We are trying our best, we are a coalition, the ASEAN Coalition to Stop Digital Dictatorship, but we are also part of the Southeast Asia CPN targeting tech companies. But we are just a handful of people. So we actually need your support, and there's a real need for the IOC to look at the global majority and to engage with us. So when you are doing stakeholders engagement, please don't do them only in DC. There's a need for you to come to us because we need your input, we need your recommendations, and we need your statement to target our governments and also the private sector in our countries. So there's a need to you to come to us. Why? Because for most of the people from the global majority, traveling to Europe or to the US is not easy, right? There's visa restrictions. So it's always the same people that you get to meet. It's always the people who can travel and the people who have access to you. There's also a need for the IOC to not only talk to the traditional digital rights organization, but to the broader human rights field. The digital space is becoming more and more important. I mean, we're all moving into the metaverse. What's happening offline is now happening online. So there's a need also for human rights groups to understand and to engage with the FOC. So really looking at us, inclusivity is key. Engaging with global majority and bringing the FOC to the global majority countries is really important because not everybody will be able to travel to you. Invest in civil society, being able to engage with you. Financially supporting groups that are fighting against authoritarian governments online. It's also very important because most of the time, Not everybody can engage, and not everybody can do this work. Also, this need to understand that the work that we do is also putting us at threat. A lot of us sometimes cannot speak publicly or cannot engage. A lot of activists have to speak or have to remain anonymous. I mean, Freedom of the Net report has a lot of anonymous authors as well. So there's a real need for IFC to look at the global majority and to understand us, to come to us, and to also financially support us, because we need this support to be able to fight against digital dictatorship.
Yeah, go ahead. Because what Emily was saying, I was also thinking that you have this access to governmental people essentially, which is usually what is missing a lot on, let's say, not at the global IGF probably, but at the regional discussions, because we also have regional national IGFs, and it is always a struggle to get these governmental representatives to be present in the room. So I would say you can also focus on working at least with those countries which are members of FOC, so that to somehow encourage and maybe also to build connections between them and these local regional communities, because they could be part of these conversations. They could get into some specific partnerships and work on some issues together. I think from my region of Southeast Europe, it is maybe only Georgia and Moldova who are members of FOC. But at least at that level, at least those few countries, and because I know I'm also part of IGF for Southeastern Europe, and well, I know firsthand experience how challenging it is to get in touch with governmental people. So that would be also a very practical help from your side, just at least to help to get connected with these people and to have them in the room.
Is there anything you want to say before we go to Q&A about the FOC?
Well, I mean, these are very concrete and thoughtful points. We're writing our plan of action as we speak. I mean, we just had it out for consultations with the AN network, and I mean, these are great points that we're happy to digest, and we'll bring them further. I think that it's very interesting to say that the Freedom Online conference is a missed that is being missed. It's very nice to hear, because we did. There was well, I think COVID was the first reason not to organize it, but also because there are already so many conferences. We've got RightsCon, we've got IGF. So I mean, it would be good to discuss maybe later to see how we can make best use of the space and time and coal footprint that we have to make sure that we can make use of that. And the other points on I think many of, at least myself, but also many of our colleagues within the FOC are very open always to have discussions with human rights defenders and digital defenders. So I think it would be great to maybe see if we can promote that strand of work and to have direct contact outside of the AA network. We could also have a long talk about representation in the AA network, and I think we should also have that. But I mean, these are very valid points, and we'll certainly take them forward. One last thing, on the security side, as the FOC, we did create a group called the Digital Defenders Partnership, which is focusing on holistic support for human rights defenders and digital defenders at risk. And that's specifically aimed at digital defenders and civil society groups that are facing online threats, but also now physical and psychological threats, etc., etc. And they are, I mean, that's one of the concrete results that we continue to support as the FOC. So we do try to keep an eye on it, but it's always great to have concrete suggestions on how to improve these things. Thank you.
I'll just make a pitch. I mean, if RightsCon's not happening until 2025, there is a little space in our calendars for an FOC conference.
Well, I can see if we can invite everyone to the Netherlands. But
All right, everybody, we're going in the Netherlands. You're going to kill me. All right, we've got 15 minutes. Want to open it up to y'all. Who has a question? Anybody? Hi, Lisa. Oh, yes, Jen.
Yeah, thanks everyone for this fabulous discussion. I learned a lot. You know, in thinking about how we can make meaningful impacts since we're at a UN conference, curious to hear what people think about the Global Digital Compact, pros, cons, what we see happening with it.
step right in if anybody wants to take that tiny question. Yeah, and we also have questions. We can just get them all maybe, and then. Oliver? Oh yeah, go for it. And then I'll come to you.
For the gentleman. You mentioned that you can provide some type of support for people who are under some sort of threat for their online activism. So I was wondering if you could explain what type of mechanisms you have available in terms of what? Send lawyers if they're already in prison or something like that? I'm just curious to know what exactly do you mean by that, bearing in mind the geography, bearing in mind different jurisdictional systems and so on and so on. What is not crime in given legislation? Thank you.
Just going to collect them all. We'll do Oliver and then Lisa, then we should answer some, because I'll forget the questions.
Hi, this is Oliver. I won't give my organization name if you don't mind, just because of security reasons. But I think it's really important for FOC to be a bit more clear with the outside world about what they're doing in regards to the UNESCO guidelines, which the global CSOs in the Global South are extremely concerned about the direction of the guidelines and how they will encourage authoritarian states to crack down on the digital space. We haven't seen much from FOC, not that we ever would really see it, but it would be very useful to know that behind the scenes there is actually some pushback on something that looks like it's being driven by authoritarian state members of UNESCO. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Lisa from USAID. So I've been doing a lot of stakeholder consultations this year in different countries where we are doing work or trying to scope out potential for new work. And one of the things that keeps coming up when we talk about international human rights frameworks and the GDPR and the DSA and the DMA and the EU AI Act and all of these frameworks is that other countries, particularly in the global majority, see the risk-based European model, they see the laissez-faire industry-based American model, they see the Chinese state-based model, and they don't want to have any of those models plopped into their space, right? They're thinking about like, what is this third way? So it's very like Cold War kind of rhetoric of like, we're in the third space and what does that mean and how are we gonna figure out a regional approach perhaps or a national approach? And I think one of the key concerns is that, you know, when you plop the GDPR into Serbia or Indonesia or Kenya or wherever, there are certain aspects of the regulation that are extremely onerous for countries that are at a different income level than a lot of European countries, and that are very challenging to implement when you don't have the oversight capacity and there's perhaps lack of political will and politicization of some of these oversight bodies. And so that's also a concern. And so I've sensed that there's a real frustration among a lot of actors in civil society and local tech in different countries with this sort of very, what people have expressed as like a heavy-handed, like the international human rights framework is the thing to implement everywhere. And so what are your thoughts, it can be for anyone on the panel, about how to navigate that so that you still have the overall protections and safeguards that are being transferred to the extent that they're going to be useful in those contexts for human rights defenders and activists and the like, but you're not imposing aspects of that regulation or imposing at all, really. You're like, there's a space for a conversation about what the human rights protections and safeguards look like in different contexts.
Anything else before we dive on in? Okay. All right. Who wants to start? My esteemed panelists. Olga? There you go. And I can also repeat the questions if need be and make sure we answer them all.
So on Global Digital Compact, I think this is the same Dean, for me as for Freedom Online Coalition, I would want to see more clarity about what is happening, where it is going, and especially for civil society, how to be part of that, because there is a lot of frustration at the moment as to how they can engage. Same, we were trying to see how we can support our implementing partners to engage in this process, and we don't really see a clear way or a clear venue where this can happen. For the regulations, for Lisa's question, I think the problem is that we think everything which is coming from the EU is just will solve all our problems. This is ideal and the standard which we all should be using, which is, as you've mentioned, has its own challenges once we start to implement and go to enforcement phase. But I think there are always there is the framework of principles and standards which, let's say, are basic and which can be replicated in every single country. But then you also should be aware that if you go into some detailed regulations, then they should be also conscious of the context where they are being thrown to. So it requires a dialogue and a conversation with the national legislators, but also probably some capacity building for them to understand that it's okay, because what countries are doing, they just take the text of GDPR and implement as their national law, and then when it comes to implementation, now we have to face a lot of challenges, but then what you can do, the law is already there. So it's it has to be done at a little bit earlier stage when just the law, some specific legal act is being incorporated into the national legal system.
Thank you. So I'm going to answer the question related to the protection of human rights. As Olga said, there is a need to also understand the local context. And most of the most of the Southeast Asian governments, and I'm going to talk about Thailand mainly, is that we have a Data Protection Act, you know, and what the Thai government said is that, oh, we just took the GDPR and we developed the Data Protection Act, so we are, you know, following the EU example. But there's no real oversight. There's no independent oversight. It's full, it's totally government-led oversight, and there's no remedy. And there's an exemption into that law that allows the government to violate our data under the consideration of national security. So governments, I would say, are really good, you know, to replicate what the EU is doing, which is a challenge for us because we want them to engage in a dialogue with parliamentarians, but also with civil society. And what governments are doing is that they're saying, I'm taking the German example, I'm taking the EU example, and I'm developing this law, and it's government-led. It's from the executive. It's not from the legislative, and it allows the government not to engage with civil society. So there's no dialogue. So that's a real frustration for us. And they think that then they go into diplomatic discussion with diplomats in the country, but also at the global level at the UN, saying we are following global standards and we are following good standards because we are in line with the EU. So it's a real challenge for us because then diplomats believe it. And diplomats are then congratulating Thailand for having a Data Protection Act instead of really looking into the act, because the act is in Thai unless a civil society translates it for the international community to know. So it's really important for us that I don't think civil society is against international human rights law. Like, we are for international human rights law. Actually, we want governments to respect international human rights law. We just want to make sure that when there is exchange between global north countries and global majority countries, that this exchange take into consideration our context, and that governments, like when they are exchange, the Thai government or the Lao government going to Austria or Australia to look at AI, for example, AI regulation, or when the Thai government is saying we are putting together an AI advisory committee and they are inviting experts from all around the world, it's just to appear as a good student, or it's just to appear as a good member state at the UN, but in reality, they're just fooling the world. And never ever we have the expert and the other government engaging with the Thai government, helping to develop those laws, who is asking the Thai government, but where is civil society? Where is the dialogue with civil society? Where is the dialogue with parliamentarians? So this is where the frustration is coming, is the lack of dialogue, and it's the lack of understanding of the context, and it's how easily EU member states and also the US and the international community can be fooled by our governments. Thank you.
those are great points, and I mean, I think that for us, I mean, I think that although there might be some people that have hoped it, I think that the worldwide rollout or effect of GDPR came to everyone as a little bit of a surprise, right? And then we started claiming Brussels effect and stuff like that. But I mean, I think that we didn't really plan on it. To be well, I mean, I was not there in the room. I don't know, but I mean, I think that we were. I would expect that. I mean, we're diplomats. We're human beings. We're from 9 to 5. And I mean, I don't. But I mean, so the point being is that I think that we have to learn by doing on this. And I think that I mean, your feedback on this is extremely helpful. And each time we'll get better at it, but we need your honest and open criticism on these things in order to do learn from it and to do implement it. The next time we'll have these discussions on how are we going to have a shared approach on the AI, or how are we going to have a shared approach on the DSA or the DMA. So that's something that I would just urge everyone to keep doing, and then also reach out to not only the embassy but also try to. Well, I mean, try to find the FOC focal points because these are the ones that are probably more resonating to these arguments than someone who's covering 27 issues because there were 2 people in the embassy. So that's just very challenging. And so I would try to do that. As on the UNESCO guidelines, I think that is indeed and we've been following that progress with great interest. We have, as the FOC, we did try to we did approach to it. We have the advisory network wrote a terrific comments on it, and we took that all at heart when talking to UNESCO and then participating in the Internet for Trust conference. I mean, this is not completely FOC, but I do want to mention our recently launched Global Declaration on Information Integrity that was signed by 30 countries, and more countries are signing on to it, which do try to say, well, it's very important that we are going to fight disinformation and make sure that we are promoting information integrity, but at the same time we do need these human rights guide rails, so to speak, in these international processes like the UNESCO process, but also the Code of Conduct that's being run by Under Secretary General Fleming, to make sure that the human rights language is there in those processes. So that's something that we are really pushing for as the Netherlands and with 30 other countries, including the US, the UK, but also countries like Brazil and Argentina and Chile have signed up to those principles. We do try to promote that in that way. About the GDC, and that's just all. I mean, I think that it's also very difficult for us, at least as diplomats, for me to follow it. I mean, the process. I mean, there've been some stakeholder rounds. We attended those. I mean, they were open to watch online. I mean, you know as much as I do. I mean, that's it's just, yeah, we are following it, and we try to make the best of it. And we do think that it's great that at least in the chapters or in the sections that are there, human rights online is really there. So we do have good hope for it, but we have to see how it will develop. And for us, it's really a question on how this is something that we also set out in pretty publicly, I would say. It's even in the strategy that we say, well, I mean, we have to strike a good balance between the GDC and the WSIS, and they are both very important, and we have to find a good way in protecting human rights online. We have to find a way to encapsulate multi-stakeholderism in these governing processes. But at the same time, we have to make also sure that these processes are really transparent, that everyone can engage, that the global majority countries have a seat at the table, that we include them into the process. And that's something that remains a constant challenge. I mean, but that's always, of course, a challenge in these issues. Yeah. And then on support for human rights defense at risk. The Netherlands funds tons of NGOs and initiatives to protect human rights defenders who are at risk locally. So we, for example, fund Frontline Defenders that has, I think, 12 regional coordinators all over the world speaking, well, I mean, Southeast Asia, of course, difficult with tons of languages. But for example, in Latin America, they speak local languages. They are there. I mean, there's someone for Southeast Asia. But they're really trying to provide practical, holistic support for at-risk human rights defenders, both in a legal way, but also courses in physical protection, digital security, psychological well-being, etc., etc. We don't. We fund that with Frontline. We have Reporters Sans Frontières, who we fund through the EU. We support Protect Defenders, that has a conglomerate of which is a consortium of 13 organizations that are doing this worldwide. I mean, I think that there are tons of organizations that are do try to provide these kinds of direct, practical support for at-risk human rights defenders, and some of them are even here. I mean, Access Now has a booth. They have a helpline. They're connected with defenders. They work together with Frontline. And if you want to know more about it, I'm happy to speak for hours about this topic because I'm really passionate about it.
These microphones, tricky. Well, thank you all. We're at time. I think that we could go on for a really long time. All these, there's just so many initiatives. I'm so tired. I'm sure everybody else is. I'm like, we've got a 7-person team, and we have to make tough decisions about how to engage and when not to. And I'm grateful that we're in partnership with all the fantastic panelists, for people in this room, that we're doing this work together. And I won't hold you back from dinner anymore. I know we're all hungry as well. So thank you for joining us. A pitch again. You can read the latest Freedom on the Net report, freedomhouse.org. Let us know what you think. And looking forward to a great week. Thanks all. Thanks, that was great. I wish we could have, I would have loved a panel all about what the FOC.
Yeah, we should know more about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, like, you know, we have all these Freedom on the Net analysts, so if that's ever, like, we can put a call together and you can just hear from them. Yeah, it's really easy to do. Yeah, yeah. And then it'll be like very obviously global since everybody. Okay. Yeah, we'll put it together.
Yeah.